6:30 de la mañana. Trump, Putin, Putin, Trump. Damas y caballeros, buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Es miércoles, es media semana. E interesante, hoy también es la Junta de la Reserva Federal. Pero bueno, ya sabemos lo que pasó. No tenemos que esperar como toda la gente a que bajen los intereses. Ya bajaron, se los demostré en el video pasado con las ofertas de hipoteca que tengo, lo bajaron. Esto va a ser interesante para todos nosotros. Lo que bajó en un mes fue 0.5%, fue un poco más de 0.5%. Entonces quiero ver si la bajada va a ser de 0.25 o 0.50 y ver cómo, y esto va a ser bueno para nosotros para ver cómo va para adelante. Básicamente, si llegan a bajar más los intereses, poder ver si vuelven a bajar otros 50 puntos básicos en un mes, básicamente otro 0.5% para abajo. Si llega a pasar eso, vamos a saber qué es lo que va a pasar en la siguiente, en la siguiente, en la siguiente, antes que todos. Y ahora esto no es información privilegiada, es información para la gente que no, no está dormida. ¿No? Entonces, vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Pero ahorita quiero platicar de los intereses bajos, qué es lo que va a pasar y dónde están las oportunidades para todos ustedes que estén listos para tomarla. Y antes de eso, quiero decir, me han preguntado muchísimo, y esto es una pregunta que es muy recurrente y no sé por qué no lo digo nunca tal cual. Ahora sí que me quedé pendejo y me quedé pensando, bueno, siempre estoy pendejo, pero ahora más y me quedé pensando, ¿no? Porque me preguntaron ayer en un en vivo. Tengo $50,000, güey. ¿Qué hago con la lana? ¿En qué negocio lo meto? ¿No? Y si no estás enamorado del negocio, no tienes pasión detrás del negocio, va a ser muy difícil que le pegues, ¿no? Y además, muy difícil que te sirva eso. ¿Por qué? Porque si no tienes pasión con algo que estás haciendo, ¿no? Con tu negocio o lo que vayas a abrir y solamente lo quieres hacer por hacer dinero, en el primer obstáculo cabrón que llegue, te vas a rendir, ¿no? O cuando lleguen varios obstáculos al mismo tiempo, te vas a rendir, te vas a salir de ello y nunca vas a regresar a esa industria porque la odiaste. Nunca te gustó desde el principio, te metiste porque querías hacer un negocio. ¿Por qué vergas no inviertes solamente en la bolsa? La bolsa está pagando dividendos pendejos, pero pendejos para todo el mundo todo el tiempo. ¿Por qué no inviertes ese dinero en la bolsa? Si amas el dinero y es lo único que quieres, porque claramente toda esta... Y ahora, obviamente, si me estás preguntando, güey, quiero abrir un negocio de car wash, quiero abrir esto. Qué chingón, güey. O sea, ve y hazlo porque de verdad tienes pasión detrás de él. Pero si no tienes ni idea de lo que quieres hacer, ¿por qué vergas no agarras ese dinero y lo pones en la bolsa? Y te voy a decir por qué tiene sentido. Uno, no tienes costos. Pones el dinero en la bolsa y ahí está. Dos, el negocio puede, la acción puede bajar o puede subir, ¿no? Totalmente. Pero tienes más probabilidades de que no se vaya a cero de tu negocio y, si inviertes sobre todo en fondos indexados como el S&P 500, el Nasdaq, etcétera. No, ahora sí que casi imposible perder tu dinero. Es casi imposible. Entonces, no entiendo por qué la gente se aferra a querer. Ahora, entiendo también cuánta gente no ha salido todo este tiempo a decirle a todo el mundo que si no tienes un negocio no eres nadie y bla, 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 todas estas cosas, que es una pendejada gigantesca, sobre todo en estos días. Entiendan por qué les digo esto. Las empresas gigantescas ya tienen todo y van a seguir absorbiendo todos los negocios y todas las ideas de todo el mundo. Todas, todas. Entonces, no hay dónde escondernos. Es por esto, Amazon, ¿no? Jeff Bezos. Tienes una empresa que hace pañales que le va de no mames vendiendo en Amazon. Amazon se da cuenta y lo que hace es le manda un correo a todos sus clientes que no te dan los correos a ti. Le manda un correo a todos sus clientes. Oye, acá yo mi línea de pañales es idéntica a la que compraste, pero cuesta 20% menos. Todo el mundo lo va a ir a comprar y te van a mandar a la verga. Esto es lo que está ocurriendo en todas las empresas, en todos los sectores. Entonces, y esto fue el gap que se ha hecho más grande después del 2020, lo está haciendo más difícil para los empresarios, sobre todo en Estados Unidos, donde Amazon vendía libros, cabrón, en línea. Era todo lo que hacía. Vendía libros en línea. ¿Ahora qué venden? Todo, todo, todo. No les falta una cosa de lo que vendan. Lo mismo con, ¿cómo se llama? Facebook era solamente una empresa y ahora tienen hardware, compraron parte de la empresa esta que hace los Ray-Bans, los Oakley, todos estos lentes, tienen también WhatsApp, tienen también Instagram, tienen, o sea, un millón de cosas, ¿no? El lado de advertising. Luego, ¿quién más es otra empresa que Google? Google era un buscador en línea y ahora tienen, güey, hasta mi puto aire acondicionado es de Google, ¿no? Es literalmente, no hay a dónde esconderte. Entonces, todos estos güeyes se van a llevar toda la lana. Lo más fácil del mundo es apostar a que estos güeyes se van a volver mejor en crear una disparidad en la sociedad económica que nunca. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Sencillo. Estás viendo cómo están aumentando sus riquezas como loco. Estás viendo cómo están acaparando todos los mercados. Estás viendo cómo todas las empresas se están volviendo, siendo absorbidas por una empresa y todo va a ser un solo lugar. ¿Ok? Estás viendo todo esto pasar enfrente de ti. ¿Esto qué quiere decir también? Que viene inteligencia artificial y va a reducir los costos de todas esas empresas. Y empresas como Google, como Meta, etcétera, van a trabajar con literalmente Mark Zuckerberg y una marca de una, ¿cómo se dice? Una gran cantidad de robots y no van a tener empleados. Va a ser eficientes de a madre, no van a tener liabilities para nada, no van a tener que tener estos pagos pendejos para nada. Entonces, díganme, ¿cómo vergas vas a abrir un negocio ahorita cuando tienes esa oportunidad? Y lo están haciendo a propósito también, por cierto. Por eso te dicen tanto de la bolsa, la bolsa, la bolsa. Entonces, por eso para mí siempre es importante poder aprender. Ahora, ¿cómo vamos a sacar ventaja de estos intereses altos? ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer, bro? De estos intereses bajos. Si en verdad los intereses continúan bajando, los intereses reales, ¿no? Lo que te están ofreciendo en las hipotecas, como ahorita que han bajado puntos, casi 0.6%, 0.5% en los últimos 30 días. Si continúan bajando, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? Cuando el dinero llegue por debajo del 3%, lo que quieres hacer, si tienes una empresa, poner es básicamente adquirir deuda productiva. Eso quiere decir que ahí es donde vas a agarrar y comprar deuda para poder reforzar todo lo que tengas con dinero barato. Eso es importantísimo para ti si tienes una empresa. Si no tienes una empresa y eres alguien que está buscando casa, va a ser un excelente momento para comprar casa porque por más que los precios bajen, va a tomar bastante tiempo. Y si los intereses están bajos y tienes la oportunidad de pedir un préstamo, yo diría que eso va a convenir muchísimo. Todos esos préstamos bajos siempre valen la pena a bajo costo. Lo mismo con si quieres comprar un coche y te aguantaste todo este tiempo y van a bajar los intereses, lo mejor que puedes haber hecho es eso. Y ahora, si bajan los intereses, es comprar el coche que estás buscando comprar. Lo que yo haría y lo que siempre le digo a todo el mundo es, si vas a conseguir deuda y te vas a endeudar, cabrón, yo recomiendo siempre endeudarte en cosas que suban de precio. Es por eso, bienes raíces. Y ahora, hay un mito gigantesco en este momento y yo fui una de las primeras personas que salió en línea que les dije, comprar una casa como primera inversión es una estupidez. Hay una diferencia gigante a eso, no vale la pena comprar casa. Y lo tengo que decir porque todo el mundo solamente escucha una cosa, ¿no? O la otra. Entonces, a lo que voy con eso es, si tengo por fin dinero para comprar algo, que me va a costar más dinero aunque suba de precio a través del tiempo y no lo voy a poder mantener yo, ¿para qué te haces la chamba pesada de tener que tener trabajo para hacer tu pago de hipoteca cuando puedes comprar, por ejemplo, unos depas, ¿no? Como dice, no me acuerdo cómo se llama este güey, que el de compra dos depas y vive en uno. Eh, Vas a comprar un departamento o un edificio comercial de bienes raíces, vas a poner el down payment y lo vas a rentar. Y vas a dejar que alguien más pague por toda tu deuda y que continúe apreciándose. Eso es lo que quieres hacer. Y van a pasar 10 años y te va a ir de no mames y vas a tener todo perfecto. Puedes ya vender toda esa propiedad que ya alguien más pagó por ti y comprarte tu casa. Esa es mi idea. La idea es no te la mentira era que lo mejor que podrías hacer con tu dinero instantáneamente cuando tuvieras algo de dinero fue que compraras una casa y no es cierto. Lo mejor que puedes hacer es comprar algo que se aprecie y que se paga por sí mismo, siempre. Pero si ya pasaste ese nivel, viene la casa y perfecto. Entonces va a valer la pena para todos ustedes poder endeudarnos a costos baratos en nada, literalmente en nada. Continúo viendo esto. Yo queremos nosotros comprar una casita de vacaciones eh, y estamos esperando. Los precios ya donde estamos viendo están muy baratas, ha sido un mercado súper castigado, pero con intereses bajando tal cual como lo hemos visto, los pagos también están bajando cabrón y eso todavía lo va a hacer más fácil y más barato para poder conseguirlo. Así que ese es el plan para todos nosotros y bajan los tipos, es eso. Ahora, para muchos de ustedes, quiero que sepan esto. Estamos viendo los bitcoins, se los voy a poner ahorita en pantalla, en putiza, y quiero que vean mis apuestas, damas y caballeros, ¿ok? Déjenme comparto pantalla en putiza con ustedes ¿Por qué? Porque el día de hoy vamos a jugar a la Reserva Federal. Recuerden que hoy a las 11 de la mañana la Reserva Federal va a salir a hacer la vida complicada a todo el mundo por alguna razón, porque nadie entiende cómo funciona esto. Lo único que vamos a hacer nosotros es que esperar a que Bitcoin llegue o acá arriba o básicamente va a estar cabrón. O yo diría acá abajo o hasta acá abajo, ¿eh? Si Bitcoin se va para acá, aquí vamos a hacerle corto. Si Bitcoin se viene para acá, acá le vamos a hacer largo. Es todo. Esto es lo que yo estoy usando básicamente para mis referencias. Esta es una línea de tendencia que se rompió, que venía desde mayo hasta acá. ¿Qué tienes que venir a volver a hacer? Retestearla. Y el retesteo ocurre por ahí de los $122,000. Y eso haría un alto más bajo, un segundo alto más bajo. Ahora, esto resultaría ser básicamente más alcista porque está creando bajos más bajos. Entonces, hasta acá, esto debería reventar acá y ese podría ser el movimiento final antes de que se doble o que caiga una vez más a la zona de los, solamente para enseñarles en putiza, de los 111,500 más o menos, podría caer aún más hasta los 106 y de ahí despegar. Entonces voy a tener bastante cuidado en esto. ¿En dónde lo voy a hacer? Voy a esperarme, voy a estar viendo la tabla, voy a estar viendo promedios, voy a estar viendo cortas temporalidades para que lo sepan y es lo que vamos a estar haciendo. Y si ustedes son degenerados y quieren aprender a invertir a largo plazo o a tradear, se me hace muy importante que aprendan análisis técnico. Ya saben que aquí tenemos a Elite Trading Academy y pueden caer todos ustedes cuando gusten a nuestro Discord, que es gratuito, es el primer paso para entrar a esta deliciosa comunidad. Es más, no lo tienes que hacer, pero lo recomiendo. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, el enlace está en la parte de abajo. Si estás en Twitter y nos estás viendo, o en X, perdón, y nos estás viendo, ve a YouTube en chinga y pon Alejandro Salomón y métete al en vivo y abajo pone la descripción. Perdón, Twitter no te deja poner enlaces, si pones enlaces te baja el bla, 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 el cuántas personas lo ven, etcétera. Entonces tenemos acá el E-Trading Academy, ¿cómo se dice? A la izquierda, nuestro menú. Esto es lo que dice Alex, esto es lo que dice Farhan. Caigan a nuestro criptolingo donde tenemos todas las abreviaciones que necesitas entender, por el amor de Dios, ¿no? Chat general, vamos a ver qué dice Mango, a ver si nos puso unas teclas. No, simplemente están despertando a Mango por acá. Jerome Powell, Bitcoin en peligro. Excelente thumbnail. Voy a compartir cuánto dinero también están haciendo. Vientos, 135%, mi estimado, en ese gran corto. Un 300%, no mames, nada mal, mi trío César. En un 30x long, nada mal. ¿Qué más tenemos por acá? Vamos a ver, 29, 15%, vientos, 12K, bien hecho. Eso es todo, cabrones. Así que para darle para adelante y continuar sacándole jugo a este delicioso mercado, no tenemos de otra. Y también aquí abajo van a tener los enlaces oficiales de todo. Tenemos este torneo en Bluffing en este momento. Le van a picar acá en Partners, en enlaces, y te va a llevar a este sitio. Y hay hasta $10,000 para ser desbloqueados. Ya desbloqueamos $6,000 por acá. Hemos tradeado $51 millones en volumen y continuamos. Y acá pone quién se va a llevar qué. El primer lugar 900, 600. Y mientras más ustedes se registren por acá, más van a desbloquear esto hasta los $10,000, que es lo que esperamos. Ya estamos 60% ahí y quedan básicamente 6 horas. Así que apúrense. Es gratis registrarte en este pedo. También, si quieren, caigan y si no saben cómo usar estos exchanges de futuros, vengan a nuestro sitio web, pónganlo en español, por cierto, si están hablando español, métanse en tutos y acá les acabo de subir un video de cómo tradear en B2Nix y se los pongo, se los abro. Es un video de 11 minutos. Aquí te enseño literalmente cómo abrir tu cuenta, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, un long, un short, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo hacer todo en B2Nix. Y esto te sirve para cualquier exchange. Te lo recomiendo mucho. Así que ahí lo tienes. Y en Tutos también, para los que no lo sepan, tenemos Bluffing, tenemos B2Nix y también tenemos BTCC, que es idéntico a estos, pero también tiene acciones. Entonces, si te vas a estar metiendo en BTCC, la única diferencia que vas a notar va a ser esencialmente esto. En un segundo, asegurarme que no me vaya a coger esto. Bien. Lo único que van a notar es en futuros, perpetuos, en meme, aquí abajo dice tokenized stocks and commodities, que es tokenized acciones y comodidades. También hay Forex y todo eso. Le picas ahí y aquí te aparecen todas. Y aquí ya te vas a la tabla que quieras. Güey, le quiero hacer un corto a Tesla. Es que Elon me cae bien gordo. Le picas ahí a Tesla y te va a llevar a la tabla de Tesla para que lo compres con USDT. Esto funciona igual que los otros exchanges, por eso viendo el video de Bitunix, que es el más completo de todos, van a poder hacerlo. Y tenemos los videos en español y en inglés para todos ustedes, dependiendo de cómo estén viendo el sitio, para que no haya confusiones. Sin más ni más, les traigo aquí a Farhan y Alex, los que sí saben del mercado, para poder platicar de esto y vamos a darle con Toño de Valdés, damas y caballeros. Good morning, boys.
Buenos días, muchachos. How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing great. Had a very nice Dia de la Independencia.
What you do?
Had a shot of tequila. First time I had some liquor in a long time. It was not a good idea. I regretted it immediately. But I had to fit in with the vibe. You know, you can't turn it down when everyone else is taking a tequila shot.
I understand, especially when everybody else is about to black the fuck out.
Yeah, I only had one, so at least that's better than everyone else who had an entire bottle.
Oh, I know. Those guys are fucking dying. That was the Independence Days in Mexico were not good. We're not good.
And then we had it on the TV where Shine Mom was like, "Viva, Viva, Viva Mexico!
Viva the same bullshit as always and never advancing. Yay!" And everyone's like, "Yeah, we love it." And that's all that happens there. But
pozole was great, though. It was good food.
Yeah, indeed. Good. Today we have a big day, Alex. So what do you got for us right here?
Yeah, big day, big spot. I mean, all eyes on, apparently, today it's the day if you go on CT. But as you brought up, you know, we kind of already can gauge the outcome of what today will be, just kind of based on what the data you actually specifically showed, Alejandro, with the interest rates already potentially decreasing.
I think the good thing for us, just to take note towards the future, in 30 days, we had the interest rate drop by 0.6%. So right now, we're going to see how much they cut, right? Because they're going to cut no matter what. So the interesting thing will be, is this predicting right now the entire move already? Or is this predicting right now the entire short-term move? And by that, I mean, if they cut 50 points, like 0.5%, if they do that, then that means a month before the market is telling us that in mortgage applications. And if it cuts 0.25%, there's a chance that they're only going to do another cut and that's it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because there also could be just that dynamic, which I think you brought up. Was it the beginning or late of 2023 where they raised interest rates and they just did it marginally, very tiny?
So it was, no, in 2024, exactly a year ago, they started cutting rates and the interest rates went up.
Yeah, and it was like, what, by 0.25 basis points every session?
No, they started with 0.5% and then they did two cuts of 0.25, 0.25 for a total of 1%, but the interest rate actually went up.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting to me. You know, big day, and we're seeing a lot of people talk about it. A lot of, you know, people in suits, a lot of apparently smart people are all just eyeing today. For me, we kind of know what's going to happen. So I'm all just focused on the charts, specifically when we're at this spot. You know, this kind of price action upwards and right kind of reminds me of this moment here back in August, right before we made a new high. Now, why I'm saying that is because this price action is kind of similar if we really look at it. I'll throw the HBDR off real quickly, and you can just see once you got back above that $112,000, remember that was a big spot for us. You just simply started to move up, putting bullish structure, reclaiming each level before moving up. Essentially, the same thing's happening. You even had a nice throwback. We've talked about the daily silver cross, the fact that 114,200 is support. And if you start losing that, that'll be your implication that you're going to start seeing a deeper pullback. But until then, I mean, just level to level really did work out. You had the nice move, higher low, daily silver cross retest. I'll show that here. And the silver cross was very fresh. It had just occurred, giving you a bias that, well, yeah, we have a fresh silver cross, so pullback would make a lot of sense. We crossed right in this moment here. So now we're really watching as we have, a Fed day. We're watching this $116,000 region because really the results each and every time we've lost this $116,000 region just has been downside. You see here, nice consolidation. This really solidified the range that we're in, right? And I could draw another line. We could take from here as like a mid-range of this range. I won't do that, but you can. I do think this range is very big though. And you've seen this work out all throughout June, July. You just consolidate all throughout July. My apologies. You're just consolidating. But then notice here, once you lost that $116,000 region, that's when you started to move down. So for me, it's really easy to kind of gauge today. We still are in a daily uptrend. We have a higher high break. You have a Fed day. Everyone's bullish and everyone's going to be, pre-positioning all the degenerates. It's a good time to see some fuckery hit the market, in my opinion. And I'm still gauging this region on the weekly. We're still focused on this weekly EMA 9 setup. And you could see prices front ran that so far, and even the meme line. But today would be actually a really good day to get a lot of volatility up and down and start actually fulfilling some setups here. Because this could just still be a trap. You're kind of still in indecision mode on this candle anyways, going into today. Yeah, you have a wick high, you have a wick low. You're really not that far from 116,000 flat. You still have a weekly PBWP setup. Telling you that, what we've seen the move up has been great, but I'm still not front running our idea. And that idea is just simply based on a nice throwback, producing a throwback. Each time we've seen on Bitcoin, we get some kind of throwback to the EMA 9 after it gets reclaimed, leading to upside expansion. The best example, most recent one is here. I will note you didn't actually hit the 9 here. So you could be in that similar environment, but with what I know with volatility, extremely hot right now, I don't think there's any reason to have extreme FOMO in this range. Because yesterday I talked about a scenario where what will be the scenario that may occur, and that could be an indication we're not going to go down. Well, for me, it's just 2 to 3 candle closures above $116,000. Yeah, 116,000 flat. So you've gotten one. You're now in the second. This could be a really good spot to get some consolidation and form a daily, very low time frame bull flag. Flag pull, you start forming the flag before expansion right off the back of that support. Or today, this will be a good spot to start deviating down on the daily, start making your move back to that weekly 9, taking out this low. Yes, this would be, slightly predatory because taking out, in my opinion, September 15th low would actually put this back into a daily downtrend. But I'm not very concerned about that because the higher time frames are telling us, well, Bitcoin's looking pretty good, actually. You even have a 5-day setup, which Farin talked about last stream, which is it's just like our 12-hour setup. Anytime the 5-day, so it's just based on a more higher time frame closing basis candle, but it's stronger. Anytime a 5-day EMA 9 gets reclaimed, you just open a long based on the reclaim, and you close it when you lose it. You can just see here, this really has been working out nicely for Bitcoin. And we're currently in that setup right now. That's actually in confluence with the daily 9 and this 114,200 region was the spot where this 5-day started to bounce. So in this perspective, it looks like a slow grind down, and now Bitcoin's potentially about to pop. But we first just need to keep watching the daily. In theory now, if the daily uptrend is going to hold simply like we saw here in August, right? Each higher low is going to hold. So then in theory, if we're going to watch this kind of reaction and we want an easy kind of setup, well, the easy setup would be this. You have your higher low, bull flag, you start longing here, stop loss here. But, you have to be aware of today. and the fuckery that could bring. But if 116,000 continues to hold on a daily, I do think you're going to see a really explosive move up to 120 to $121,000, specifically testing that near all-time high. And that's actually a big spot because I'll throw on the weekly and we'll look at the HBDR and the median. If it wants to load, maybe it doesn't. Nice. And you can actually see pretty much it's the direct next target for the weekly. And I got a nice EMA 9 reclaim, busting back above 116,000. You've seen this on the weekly hold, and even here reclaim, boom, popped up right up to 123,000 in 1 week. Pretty easy. So that is what's brewing potentially. I mean, this is still looking very bullish to me. It's just more what's today going to be like, what's the flavor of the volatility, and how dirty is she going to be today? Because, well, she can be very dirty, very dirty. So that's kind of what I'm watching today on Bitcoin. Our plan still doesn't change. I'm still watching very carefully this 116,000 because this is what's going to guide me on if we're going to make a new all-time high on Bitcoin, or if we're going to start rolling over, get that deeper pullback in quotation marks, and potentially just retest a weekly 9, taking out all of the stop losses here using this wick low. Something Alejandro, you actually talked about, which was, we're actually just going to start bouncing off this 9, bait shorts, bait longs, my apologies, and then actually get the swipe down and we get a lot of volatility. Really could come off the back of today. But until then, we just can't disregard the levels. It didn't work out well here when we were, if anyone disregarded the levels in this region, so we just won't. 116,000 is the spot for me today. If you don't hold that into today's close, yes, that'll be the first signs, the beginnings of maybe a little bit of a pullback, filling our longs. Because I'm not long personally. I actually didn't want to position until after today. Because why? I just feel like with today, you're just not really, let the degenerates take themselves out. It's my perspective. And then you'll get the easy market after. We're still focused on this 10-day. All eyes on this 10-day. I'm really watching carefully to see if we're just going to get a nice 10-day reclaim. Literally, completely just deviate right back above all 3 ranges we were using. And you can even notice that this 10-day is going to give you a setup. You lost the 10-day 9. You're now about to put in a nice green dildo, reclaiming it. You have 2 sessions of 0% volatility. What would be, the most fucky scenario here for bulls? Well, it'd be this, just like a massive throwback, higher low, and this will just play into our setup. That's why I still haven't positioned long, because depending on where this closes, let's say this 10-day closes under 116,000, yeah, I will start looking at this as very actionable. If the 10-day starts reclaiming back above 116,000, it's good, but still can see volatility. Absolutely can see volatility. But will be a great sign for bulls, in my opinion. Just will be a good sign. That's it. Really, the more higher time frame closing bases you get above these, wick highs, meme lines, the more fuel bulls have to really just start busting up, taking control. So then when you get a move like this, but you've gotten a 10-day back above 116,000, this is all just, gearing up for a throwback to a spring scenario. So that's what I'm watching on Bitcoin. Nothing's changed. We're in a massive zone. Yes, we wicked slightly above it, but it's all just going to come down to first dictating how the daily is going to really close, and then using that to just see how the 10-day, weekly, 2-week, and monthly go. But for me, really, still, line in the sand is as long as you're above $112,000 on Bitcoin, you are going to be bullish, and you actually have a daily EMA 100 about to line up nicely with that region. It's a big zone for me. So we've just been simply watching that $112,000 region. We've seen whenever you pop back or even just hold that zone, you do have all-time high potential. All right, now we can look here at Tether dominance. Maybe this will tell me we're right or wrong on the idea. Right. almost got there. Rejected her off that daily EMA 34. So really makes sense that it did reject at that zone. But still, I mean, just looking at this, you're just playing the daily 9. I mean, that's just what bears have been playing. But this is still just kind of in a no trade zone. So, you know, it's more bearish than bullish, of course, but I mean, this still could really just pop up and then roll over, trapping potential traders front running this idea of, well, the weekly is just going to put in a retest, right? Tether dominance weekly lines up really nicely with our Bitcoin weekly view. It almost hit it, right? It almost hit it, but not fully. And so when I see something like that, I have to just watch very carefully, because we have seen scenarios where it just comes up, swipes up, takes the high out, goes a little higher, and then rolls over. Very aggressive. There's your massive swipe down on Bitcoin. All traders that weren't prepared are just left with their pants down, surprised and shocked. It's like this move, really, actually. When we were talking about really, we need to hit 4% before potentially even thinking about going up. In this region's a gray zone. You can see once you hit that 4% mean line, you just started to move up. Doesn't mean this has bottomed. At least locally, this 4% has acted as that. Again, shouldn't surprise you in this region. Massive bounces have occurred from this 4% to 3.79%. In my opinion, I still want to see this retested. We've seen this before. Can easily get retested a bunch of times. You easily can act like you're going to front run a 9, position short, and then you get a nice busting green candle like this. Your idea would have been validated had you not front ran it. So that's why I'm still looking at this spot as anything can happen here. You still can get that retest on the weekly, and Tether dominance still very easily can get the bearish retest here. And once that does occur, then I'll feel more confident in maybe being aggressive with longs. But until then, I mean, if you're scaling longs now, right before the Fed, it just more seems like gambling, actually, kind of where we're at in this spot. Very minimum, just wait for the daily to hold 116,000 today. And then if you want to be aggressive, long tomorrow. And then just use this low as your stop loss. So no FOMO is the point I'm really trying to bring home. No FOMO in this range. Anything still can happen. Yes, you had nice expansion off the daily silver cross, but now we need to start seeing 116,000 hold. And if it does continue to hold, then this will be bullish and we'll go up to $121,000. But if you start losing it, like specifically on the 4-hour, it starts losing it. Yeah, I'm going to start looking at that as maybe the starts of the beginnings of a deeper pullback. So watch very carefully today. $116,000 is the spot. Each time we've been moving up in these ranges, we're watching each spot. As long as you hold above this $116,000 and bulls continue to hold daily closures above it, you have bull flag potential and you have potentially a nice region to expand off of. Like here. 1, 2, 3, and then you expanded very easily. So if we can get this right here, this would be great. This would be a great scenario. But even in this, you didn't have FOMO. You still could have positioned here, and even on this busting action day, you still could have positioned. That's 3 opportunities to position long using the 12-hour, 4-hour, hourly, meme line, and the daily. So you're feeling the heat. You feel like you missed out. Well, volatility is still telling you you haven't, and there's really no reason to be aggressive or have FOMO. Watch very carefully. Volatility is very hot, very contracted. Weekly still putting in a volatility setup. 2-week as well. It wants to load. 5-day. And also, right, the monthly, which is the most important. This is putting in the lowest volatility read in the history of Bitcoin's chart. Even lower than, back in 2020. So you have now everything pointing to a which is a major, major, major move brewing on Bitcoin, which is very nice because if it's going to be up, we'll catch it. If it's down, we'll catch it. So therefore, there's no FOMO. So that's what I'm watching on Bitcoin. Today, 116,000 is the spot. Tether dominance, 4.4% is my spot still. And even on this 10-day, which is closing today, this is still giving you a setup like it did on Bitcoin. Deviation, you very easily in this new 10-day candle can come up, retest, finally filling our Academy longs, and then roll over. This would be a great scenario. This 10-day, though, is like, yeah, you really should not have FOMO, like at all. Because if you're scaling shorts here, let's see. You know, you bounce 3% on Tether dominance, you're using over a what? Like a 30x, 35x? You're donezo. 36, yeah, 35x. My math is right, I think. So, you know, and that's light work. We usually like 150x's. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm actually not kidding, which is interesting. But so for me now, moving forward, you have an area of interest, 4.4%. As long as you stay below that, Bitcoin stays above $112,000, going to be bullish. So no need to complicate things. Now let's view Bitcoin dominance real fast. Nothing's really changed. We're still watching the weekly carefully, the weekly EMA 100. And so all eyes, right? You're either now you've hit meme line support. It held. It's good. It's a good first sign. Maybe you're going to get that deeper move up to 60% soon. But it's very similar to what I said like 2 weeks ago when we were here. As long as you hold above the weekly EMA 100 and above 57.4%, you will have a greater chance now of going up to that 60%. Last week when you lost that weekly EMA 100 but held the meme line, we understood we're in a monthly moving average range essentially. Rejecting the 21, potential bouncing off the 34. But if today, the weekly, not today, but if this week starts reclaiming back above the EMI 100, this could actually be a nice setup. Maybe start looking for a move up, right? A move up to that 60% region, right? This would just be a nice reclaim. You have a wick low that has got bought up. Wick low, wick low, it got bought up, hit meme line support. If this can start moving up into that 60%, I do think that would be a really nice opportunity. Why I'm saying that is because we're just still simply gauging the monthly 9. If this can move up to the monthly 9, that's my big spot of rejection. It's very easy. A level I've been holding this entire bull market, in theory, should be massive resistance, but you just won't know until you move up to there. I can say this will be massive resistance, but that's just gambling and assuming. That's why we have to see the reaction up here before anything else. So if we move down, I don't think it's just going to do this. History has shown you don't really just aggressively move down until you retest the monthly 9. Sometimes even happens a few times. So, you know, if we know that that usually happens, we know we've just lost that, and this has been holding the entire bull market. It keeps moving down closer to our meme line. It's worth just waiting and watching. Only way I become bearish, and this will not retest the EMA 9 as soon as I thought, it will just be losing that EMA 34 on the monthly. That'll be a major sell trigger, and you'll have a major target down to that 48% region. Until then, this can very well range. So yeah, we'll watch that carefully. 366 still the spot to watch on ETH versus Bitcoin. If you do end up getting that rally, I want to watch the scenario carefully. Just a little more downside, and then we get a spring. Be very nice to see this. Because since this high, we've just been waiting for this slow move up, right? It's like stair steps down. Be really nice, just pop up, take out all these shorts. Because 366 is a massive zone. And so it makes sense Bitcoin dominance is slowly turning bearish, all while ETH versus Bitcoin is slowly turning bullish. Well, it's not straight at all. Nice. So you can just see that in real time. So really bearish? No. If you move down to this region, you need to look at that very carefully. I'm curious to see where the 5 is. Oh, so it's actually really close to the 9. Yeah, so yeah, something to note on that. So in summary, watch 116,000 on Bitcoin. We're at support going into today. That's going to be the support bulls ideally need to hold on a daily. It's going to start on a 4-hour though. So you can gauge it on a 4-hour. Ideally, the 4-hour holds here. If you keep seeing the 4-hour hold, you're going to see a major move up to $120,000 to $121,000. Simply, bulls will play the daily uptrend. They'll be using really the easy trading environment we had in August right in this region. Trading the higher lows, bidding the meme line, and waiting for the busting action move really paid well here. So in this region, if we continue to hold above $116,000 using the daily EMA 5, using the meme line, yeah, this will give us a target up to $121,000. That's where I want to pay attention carefully, though. I don't know yet if we're going to go up past that. We need to really watch carefully this median, right? This median is close to all-time highs, but this still tells me that you have potential to make an all-time high, but you still very well could just come up, test these highs, and then still roll over. You have resistance in this region, and you can easily just draw a meme line on that wick high, the first wick high. Draw a meme line, and you can just see medians lined up really nicely there, giving you almost like a resistance range. Big, yes, a few $1,000s, but still a range nevertheless. So if you pop up into the zone, squeeze up massively, it'll look like this. Like you pop up, it should be really aggressive, and then roll over. This will be very telling. Bitcoin at this point needs to make a new high. So if it does not, yes, this will be a little bit concerning if it starts rolling over. But then this is where we just stick to our levels. We watch if we deviate. And then if we do, it's where we can start potentially shorting. So watch very carefully. You have an objective as a bull. You need to break the high. If you don't and you just rally up here and start rejecting hard, will not be a good sign. And rejecting hard will literally mean you come up, you pop up, and then in the next same day, you just dump. Yeah, like $7,000 down again. Go back under 116,000. I'll become very bearish. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. Very interested to see what Farhansky has.
Alrighty. There we go. Make sure it's sharing. It is indeed. All right. So we'll start with the daily on Bitcoin. So we got momentum now starting to flip to the downside. We are putting in some bearish divergence between this point here and this point there because we did make a higher high on price while we made a lower high on momentum. That will confirm with any close below about $114,660. While volatility is currently contracting, while momentum is pointed down, giving you some hopium for a higher low, and you still have that bullish jewel cross with the pink crossing above the yellow. Right now, you do have that silver cross to the upside that Alex had mentioned before, and after the cross, we have gotten a retest of this 9 EMA. So right now, as long as we are holding over the 5, shouldn't really be looking for it, any move lower. But if you do see a move down, somewhere around that, you would have a range somewhere between this 9 EMA and this silver cross itself, which would also give you a retest of the median. That gives you a zone between somewhere around $115,000 towards $113,500, and any move towards that zone, I personally am going to be looking as an opportunity, and I will be scaling longs in between that zone and have my stop loss at this quick low at around $110,719, and I would be looking for this eventually to get a retest at a minimum of this 38.2%, which right now is at about $117,700. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's go to the 4-hour. 4-hour is currently also flipped to the downside for trying to flip back up, but it's still below that moving average. And we are currently getting a rejection of that top 38.2%. Volatility is still contracting, but just like momentum is trying to pick back up, still below the moving average. However, if we do close like this and we lose this 38.2%, I would expect to move lower to tap this median, which is right now around $115,400, $115,300. Whether we're going to be bullish or bearish, you likely will get a reaction from the zone. That bounce takes you probably up somewhere around this 21 EMA, and as long as we are below the 21, it likely will just be a lower high. If you start to reclaim this 21 at that point, then you're probably going to come back up and retest 117 and probably break out at that point. Let's go into the 2-day. 2-day is currently still flipped up on momentum. This closes today with volatility very close to going into a contraction phase. It's just going below that moving average now. And the 2-day jewel is still giving you a buy signal. We're getting a cross now with the 9 EMA crossing above our 21, which is a faster moving average crossing above the shorter one. And we're getting a bounce off of our 5 EMA. So we should see a move into the 38.2%, whether we see it after another retest of the 5 or straight to the 38.2%. Sooner rather than later, we likely will test it as long as we're holding over the 5. And that would take us to just below $118,000 at about $117,850. The next level, which we're likely going to go to from this level of volatility, is going to be the 50%. And that's at about $120,000. To be honest, 61.8% is the most likely with how low volatility is, sitting below 30% to 25%. And that's the $122,000 area, where if I were to scale into longs, that's where I would take the majority of my profit at 122. I wouldn't be waiting for all-time highs. Go to 5-day. How bearish, right? I'm not going to wait for all-time highs. Wow. What an embarrassment. 5-day. 5 days is currently flipping down on momentum with volatility now going into an expansion phase. Let's zoom in on momentum a little bit. We are now making a lower low on momentum between this zone here, while price is still making higher lows, giving us now possible hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. To confirm that, we will need a close over about 116,747, and that will give us an easy target of hitting the median, which right now is at about $130,000. We are finding some resistance at this top bottom 38.2%, which is around 116,500. If we can close over this 38.2% on a 5-day closing basis, that's what's going to be enough for me to basically start running the all-time highs. And I do think it's highly likely we're going to go to some significantly new all-time highs pretty quickly if that were to happen. Because if you were to look in history, whenever we went below the 38.2% and then reclaimed it, what happened after that? It was right over here, this area of chop consolidation of basically going sideways and down. Once we started closing over that 38.2%, we just basically started zooming up to new all-time highs. Let's find another example right here. We lost 38.2%, sorry, chopping, reclaimed it, zoomed back up. Over here, we reclaimed it, went to almost basically the top of the top of 38.2%. We reclaimed it over here. We went to the top of the 38.2% and then higher. Never lost it here. Lost it right here. Reclaimed it, went to the top, and eventually went to new all-time highs. Every one of these moves to the downside on the bear market, whenever we bounced, we rejected the top of 38.2%. Here's where we reclaimed it. You went to the top of the 38.2%. From here, you ended up making new all-time highs. Back in 2021, when we had that 50% crash, or late 2021, when the bear market initially started, or in the middle, when Tesla stopped accepting Bitcoin, we got to move back up, bearish retest, 38.2% rejected, ended up making some nice lows. Over here, off of summer of 2021, when we got our 50% crash, once we reclaimed the 38.2%, we ended up winning new all-time highs. So closing over that 38.2% is very significant for price. And we're gonna see whether that'll happen in about 9 hours and 40 minutes, because rejecting the 38.2% is just as significant as closing over it. That'll tell us that we're likely gonna end up making some new lows on this move to the downside, and probably gonna come below $100,000, somewhere around $95,000. The first bounce zone is at this 55 EMA, which is right around $101,000 to $100,000. But you're likely that bounce is likely going to fail, and probably going to end up going to somewhere around $95,000. And the reason why I think that we'll get to it in the RSI. Go to the weekly. Weekly is currently flipped to the upside. Weekly is putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Actually, no. Weekly has already confirmed it on this previous close here, because we did close over this wick high. And we have also reclaimed all of our major EMAs on the weekly. Let's zoom in a little bit. And weekly is now springing off of this 5, and based off of the HPDR rules, where you're holding the bottom 38.2%, you would have probabilities of going towards the median. And the median right now sits at 122,800. That's also another reason why I would TP my longs at that 122,800 area. If we were to look at the weekly jewel, this is where it starts to get bearish. You are getting the pinks crossing below the yellow, but it hasn't confirmed yet. It will confirm in about 4 days and 10 hours. So if we do get some busting action before then, these lines will diverge. 2 week. 2 week is also flipping to the upside on momentum now, putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility at extreme lows. 2 week, on the other hand, is starting to flip to a sell signal on the jewel, but that's not confirmed yet. You'll have 11 days and 10 hours to confirm it. If you do see some busting action, that will switch that back into a neutral. And right now, as long as you're holding over this 5 EMA on the 2 week, which is at about 113.7, probabilities are coming to the median, which is right now at about 123. Monthly also flipping to the upside on momentum, putting in many drives of hidden bullish divergence with volatility now approaching extreme lows. And the jewel is giving you 2 periods of a buy signal, holding steadily over this 5 EMA. And on the monthly, as long as you're holding over that 5 EMA, pressures to the upside. As long as you're closing over the 9, you are considered in what could be what's considered a bull market. But as long as you're holding over the 5, it's even more pressure to the upside. And right now, that monthly median is sitting right at that same mean line targeted for $130,000. So the RSI, the relative stupidity index. Oh, what was that sound? Is that lightning? I don't know. It's weird. Monthly currently has active hidden bearish divergence. Oh shit, it's raining outside. No wonder. And that's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.6%, and you have another drive possible with hidden bearish divergence, giving you 3 possible drives, and that will confirm with any close below about 3.96%. And just to mention why that divergence is there is because you have higher highs on your momentum. You have a high right here, you have a high right there, and then you have a higher high. But on price, you have you're continuing to make lower highs for each one of these highs on momentum. Because you have lower highs on price with higher highs on momentum, that gives you hidden bearish divergence. Let's go into volatility. Volatility is now approaching extreme lows with that hidden bearish divergence. And a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Nice. 2 week also has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.61%. And your volatility is now sitting at extreme lows at about 4%. Weekly also has fresh hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.61%. And volatility is now also at extreme lows at 4%. Next target, well, the easy target would be the simple moving average at about 4.1%. And then what's a lot more likely is the critical zone based on that volatility reading. And right now, this number will update, but it's sitting at 2%. 5 day, 2 periods of 0% volatility. 2 day, three drives of hidden bearish divergence with another drive possible now. And this will confirm with any close below about 4.2%. Oh, a nice 420. And the RSI target off that divergence will be the bearish control zone at 4.03% with volatility at extreme lows. Daily currently has hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.2%. You've already hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. Next target is the neutral zone, which currently sits at about 4.41%. You do have a silver cross to the downside right now on the daily, but you are getting a retest of. And nothing there. And we'll go to Bitcoin. Bitcoin still has that hidden bullish divergence with momentum taking out this previous low, price making higher lows. That will be active as long as you're closing above 107,412. And your next target is the simple moving average, which is at 117.8, which would be that 38.2% getting retested. 2 week. 2 week currently has many drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 117,622. And your next target is the edge of the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about 103.2. Kind of does look like this divergence is going to be invalidated just based on looking at the RSI. Weekly currently has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence active. This will be active as long as you're closing over the same number of 107,412. And your next target is right now somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. and that puts you between 119.9 and 132, with volatility now sitting at extreme lows at 1%. Five-day also has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence with volatility at 4 periods of 0%. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 112,664. And your next target on that divergence is the simple moving average at about $122,000. Another thing lining up with that 122 area, which is why I want to put that as TP for any possible longs. Two-day currently has regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 114,398, and your next target is the bullish control zone, which is at about 121,000. Volatility is at extreme lows also. Daily nothing. 4 hours now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 116,303, and that will give you an easy target of the bearish control zone, which right now is at about 113.8. So it looks like that idea originally we had from last stream will play out of getting a move into somewhere around the 113s and then a bounce from there. Into the quarterly index. Alrighty. 4 hour real quick. Freshly flipped to the downside on the 4 hour, rejecting the critical zone. Volatility still in expansion, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,950. Go down a little bit. 2 hour just closed. Freshly lost to 21, flip to the downside, going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 117,100. Still a little bit lower. 15-minute is now losing 200 with volatility expansion from extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up, and it's about to flip down in about 2 minutes. And when if you close below 115,830. 4 hour daily. Monthly. Monthly momentum is currently flipped to the upside, freshly putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility now back in extreme lows. And you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 102,450. Weekly currently has volatility at extreme lows with momentum currently flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 119,100. Weekly currently has volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 118,850. And you're projected to be, or you're currently at the edge of the bullish control zone. Next projection should be at the edge of the bullish control zone. So at that point, the pivot should drop if we're going to be bullish. 5-day currently is also flipped to the downside with volatility at many periods of extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 118,700. This is where it helps to add in another momentum oscillator like the RSI, where you see the hidden bullish divergence where while momentum is pointing down. You wouldn't really have known the divergence otherwise, which is confirmed, because in the stochastic it's only possible, it's not confirmed, because you took out this previous low here while pricing at a higher low. Um, 2 days currently flipped to the upside with a derp of life, and volatility is at 0%. Extreme lows, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 109,500. And on this next projection, you are projected to be right around projected to be in the bullish control zone. You are now just right at the edge. So if you were going to be bearish, this pivot would have gone up at this point. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below about $117,000. With that fresh silver cross to the upside, giving you a target somewhere around that cross itself. which would be that original $113,000 zone. 4-hour freshly flipped down. We already looked at this. 2 also flipped down. Let's see what that zone is. This is 114, and this is the 113. All right. Back to the monthly. All right, so on the high time frames, Bitcoin is still looking quite bullish. Let's wait for this to load, especially since we are continuing to hold over that 5 EMA with volatility now back at extreme lows, and we have momentum freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence. We have the opposite on Tether. We have hidden bearish divergence currently active with another a third drive currently possible of hidden bearish divergence. We have hidden bullish divergence basically across the board on Bitcoin now. We have it confirmed on the 5 day. We have it confirmed on the weekly. I believe we have possible. The 2 week already has hidden bullish divergence also currently active. Basically, every single time frame on the medium term time frames, even the higher time frames now have that hidden bullish divergence. But on the opposite hand, monthly does have possibility for bearish divergence because you are making lower highs on momentum, while price is making higher highs, and that would need to close below 107,412 to confirm. So right now, yeah, if you do get a monthly close below 107,412, that would confirm many drives of monthly bearish divergence, and that's likely calling it a day, and we're probably going to start the bear market at that point. I don't think that's going to happen. However, right now, I'm leaning towards the bullish divergences, which are confirmed, rather than the bearish divergence, which is just a possibility. But on the low time frames, you're getting momentum freshly flipping down. On the daily, you're getting a flip down, 4 hours flip down. You're getting volatility expansion with that momentum to the downside. It does look like that original idea is going to play out on the daily. We come down to retest that silver cross somewhere around that low 114s to 130, medium to low 113s area. Likely is you're going to get a bounce there, whether you're going to be bullish or bearish. But if we can get a daily close back over about let's say $115,000 to call it safe, likely you're going to go to somewhere around 122 at that point, if not new all-time highs. But and the invalidation is going to be for new all-time highs is going to be either getting a tick below about, let's go to the 2 week. Will be good enough. About 98,330, or a weekly close below about $105,000, and that's not necessarily bear market. That's just extreme caution for the monthly close, because if you get the only thing that's going to confirm a bear market for me is a monthly close below the 9 EMA. When you get that, then I'm going to be looking for significantly lower targets, definitely below $70,000, likely below $60,000, but we'll get to that when it happens. So to wrap it up, low time frames, I think we continue to see a move to the downside, tapping somewhere around 114 to 113. And then from there, as long as we are holding over about $112,000 on a daily closing basis, I do think we will eventually tap 122, if not all-time highs. Can you hear me?
I think, Alan, you muted.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh. Man, today's another irrational day for me on this Bitcoin thing. Let me show you why. I had drawn this meme line right here from May all the way to August. That's when he broke down. And I think we're just going to retest it and dump if we go up. Right. What I'm waiting on is basically the Fed, right? I don't care what direction it goes. If the first move goes to here, I'm shorting up here. If the first move is down here or even down here, longing. I don't know how extreme it'll be. That the only thing is this time around, it's not very clear to me how extreme this move will be. Although throwing was it the HPDR on the weekly?
Yeah,
it was. 1 second.
That lines up. That lines up perfectly.
You see that?
Down.
I think that could be the rejection zone if we go up, and I'm going to be shorting right there at 121,700, probably 121,600, and leave the other one for 122,69 just for the culture. And if we get that move first, it's going down. If we get the first move to 107, it'll bounce up like crazy. That's basically what I'll be playing today. Nothing else.
That's a good perspective. Because if you pre-position now, it's just gambling.
No,
Really?
no. Now you can be taken into the right for either way. You have no idea what they're gonna do. This is not a free market. This is not fucking idiots right now just waiting. This is the market like just playing everybody into believing that. So we just want to go and do. And the best thing is, not every time, it's not 100%, but let's say 8 out of 10, it gives you a fake move first and then the other one. So you have better odds of just betting against the first move always, in my view.
Yeah, I agree with that, honestly.
And that goes with
your charts are always nice. That's just like with the weekly median and that meme line. I mean, that's a great perspective.
Right here. And I also have this one right here at 129.98, which is an important one.
So it's like, we might do that fucky thing where we go real close to the all-time high. And that's where we just need to pay attention.
That's why. That's why I think if it goes up and it doesn't do the all-time high, this shit's going to drop to like 98.
Yeah. And then you have just an easy price divergence short for the book, and you just run with that.
Well, that and along the fact that Solana went and did this, and then Bitcoin's going down. It went to 250. I like my Solana as an indicator.
Oh, yeah.
So if Solana's is strong and Bitcoin's not, that divergence in price continues to play out, where Bitcoin is weak versus altcoins. And it's been now almost 30 days since the all-time high for Ethereum, I believe. Let me see.
Close to it.
24th. Close. We're 3 weeks out. So another week would be if Bitcoin doesn't reclaim all-time highs, probably this was the top on Ethereum and that was the top on Bitcoin right here.
For me, Sol's a good gauge on my chart. It's just in the middle. It kind of like lines up with Bitcoin. You'll either go to the high or you'll go to the low. Like it's just in the middle right now. You either go to 215 or you go up to 260. But for me, it's just right in the middle. Similar to Bitcoin. Could go up, could go down.
Yeah, on the weekly, if you break out above 240 today on Solana, you're going to 292 and probably all-time highs. Because you're breaking that.
Because the weekly too has that 61.8% at 264. You break that, like you break the all-time high, the 78.6% on the weekly is at $400.
Yeah, that'd be nuts. But this could also be a very nice fucky SFP right here. We already did this, and now this is going to play down here, perhaps here, and continue down. That could also be.
Where's the retest? Is that 215 or 200?
Right at the blue zone with this this other meme line at 201, 202.
So up or down early, boys?
Well, the easy thing is they're going to give us a fake move first.
Yeah.
So that's today is one of the see. I haven't traded that much this month. I'm already up 100% on.
That's amazing.
Which is good, but I've made like 3-4 trades tops. Today is the day I've been waiting for, because again, these are the days that pay the most. If it really does what 80% of the time it does. If it doesn't, then you're fucked. But if it plays with you, it'll be fun.
Yeah, I really hope so.
You're just range trading until then, and then like maybe now we'll finally get some follow through. Like actually,
so, yeah. I mean, last time, and what no one considers is when the markets went down November of 2021. Do you guys remember why on crypto and not the stock market?
2021 wasn't the start of the Jackson Hole or something. Powell came out and said, I don't know, it wasn't transitory or something. Like he said something that surprised markets there, and then we really just started moving down hard. Is that not what you're talking about?
Yep. Well, he actually said we're gonna start hiking interest rates on the next meeting in March.
And markets weren't expecting that, I don't think. I remember I was shorting that. I was going to Greece and we massively dumped. I made
that's how sensitive crypto is to these, because crypto is the first one, right? So if he's really cutting rates, like for real, forget about the bullshit from a year ago. If for real he's cutting rates, the move in here should be the opposite of what we saw in 2021. So, and by that I mean, because we're cutting rates and not making them up, everyone's expecting for the price to go up, but the scenario is very different now. Because if you cut interest rates, you're going to enter deflation. And I know that's hard to believe to everyone, and it goes against everything that everyone is saying.
It
But
is.
again,
It is hard for people to believe. I don't know why.
If you make people be able to get out of their houses and out of their cars, the market's going to flood like a motherfucker. And that's going to make prices of everything go down, because household sentiment of wealth is going to go down, and it's just going to happen across the board. And stocks should follow because of margins too. So this is basically that pivot point right now again. And if they really do, like I said, they're cutting right now and the rates are coming down. But if there's follow through, there's no way this shit's going to continue to go much higher right now. All of it together. Like probably the traditional markets still have like another month or so to rally, but the crypto ones should be done.
I agree.
Yeah.
So that's why it's something worth watching, the all-time high. If you move up to there, really got to break that if you're bullish. If you just reject that weekly median, it's going to start looking a little concerning, just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was like the third
yeah.
Fuck you.
I like the way you think. That is true. That would be like the third tap in that region. There's a weird power of threes with markets.
Yeah. So let's see what the fuck this does. So now, next for you boys. 1 second. I'm sorry. I got 39 million windows open. Wow. I had it open right here in front of me. Excellent. Tesla. And then 1 second. Oracle.
I'll do Tesla.
All right. I got Oracle.
Well, Oracle just bought TikTok, right? So I don't know if you guys follow.
I saw that actually.
Okay.
The Oracle deal, yeah.
So I want you guys to understand how the market works. Everyone got duped into believing the massive pump on Oracle came from the fact that he missed on earnings, but told everyone, we're going to do great. They already knew this. Does that make sense?
So like it pumped because of TikTok, the deal?
Do you really think yesterday Larry Ellison found out that he was getting TikTok?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
They told all the idiots the reason why it's pumping, it's because he said that the market's going to continue to go up, and not because insiders bought all of it because they're acquiring TikTok. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I wish it was that easy. Don't worry, boys. It's going to just go up. We're going to do well. Stock.
It's really that easy as long as you know, like if you're in the inside, ask Nancy Pelosi.
True. That's true.
We just don't have access, unfortunately. Oh my God.
Nancy needs to hit my line if they're going to be launching any government lawsuits at Google so I can sell like she did.
Good for her. Good for Nancy. Aunt Nancy. Let's do it. Thank you, boys. Very clear. Ok, estamos viendo los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. ¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer el día de hoy? Lo había dicho justamente antes de ver antes de entrar justamente en en vivo en el casino, habíamos visto esto. ¿Qué es lo que voy a hacer y cómo lo voy a jugar? Voy a cambiar mis objetivos de entrada, que los había cambiado antes de acá, ¿ok? Ahora, no lo voy a cambiar. Lo voy a dejar más o menos por acá, hasta esta línea meme por acá, ¿ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Tenemos hoy la Junta del Fed. Ponerte y meter tu dinero en este momento esperando a ver qué van a decir es una estupidez gigantesca. La razón por la que esta vela es un doji es a propósito, ¿ok? No te están diciendo absolutamente nada. Lo que quieren hacer va a ser sencillo. Es, si el mercado, ok, si digamos, no importa lo que diga Jerome Powell, da igual. Si esto sube instantáneamente acá y viene a esta zona, voy a apostar que el rechazo va a venir acá. Y voy a apostar en corto. ¿Ok? Si el primer movimiento, en vez de hacer eso, hace esto, voy a entrar en los 112,700 a 112. Digamos acá. Y voy a apostar a que se va para arriba. Es así de fácil. Normalmente estos setups funcionan 80% de las veces. No es 100%, pero normalmente el 80% de las veces tienes el primer movimiento que es falso y el segundo que es el real. ¿Ok? Entonces, o mínimo el primer movimiento es falso. No, le va a dar una reversa. Y es lo que quiero que entiendan ustedes. Y acá, ¿por qué pongo esos niveles? Les voy a poner esto, que es lo que estaba viendo en mi pachequés. Justamente acá, en la media, tenemos esta media acá, la media semanal. La media semanal tiene que ser algo bastante potente. No la hemos tocado desde que la perdimos acá, el 18 de agosto. Entonces lleva 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 semanas que no la hemos tocado. Si la vamos a tocar instantáneamente, ¿alguien me puede decir qué tantas probabilidades tienes de por primera vez, la primera vez que la tocas, la vas a romper a la alza? Son pocas. Entonces yo aquí voy a poner mi corto. ¿Ok? En esta zona voy a empezar en los 120,900 y me voy a ir hasta los 121,500 para la última agregada. Ese sería mi corto. Mi long, aquí es donde no estoy completamente seguro en el long, porque el venir solamente acá a los 113, 112, todo el mundo aquí está esperando esta posición. Todos, 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 todos. Lo que no estarían esperando es que se vaya tan a la mierda como a los 108. 109, 108. Esta zona es lo que yo estaría esperando en el movimiento de Bitcoin. Entonces voy a apostar a la baja, a este extremo, en los 108, 109, a la alza por acá en los 121 a 100, perdón, en los 120,900 hasta los 121,500, ponte tú. Estas van a ser mis zonas. Entonces, si voy acá para arriba primero, corto. Si voy para acá abajo primero, largo. ¿Ok? Eso es mi plan de trading el día de hoy. He hecho muy pocos trades este mes. No ha habido tanta volatilidad. He aprovechado las buenas. Ustedes las han visto. Pero con esos trades simplemente, así de fácil, me he llevado ya mi 100% de lo que invertí este mes. Entonces, con eso estoy contento. Pero el punto de esto no es tanto de, vean cuánto dinero estoy haciendo, porque no es, a fin de cuentas no es tanto dinero, es dinero para los chicles. El punto que estoy intentando hacer es, hay días donde trading es mucho más fácil que otros y es hoy. Y cuando todos, yo antes pensaba que el día de hoy no lo quieres tocar. No, quieres prepararte para el escenario donde te dé justamente estos resultados. ¿Me entiendes? Quieres estar justamente listo para cuando veas el movimiento, tomar la otra dirección. Estos son los que lo hacen uno de los días más fáciles, en mi opinión, de hacer trading, como lo hemos hecho últimamente y hemos destruido este pedo. Así que espero poder continuar con esto y también tengo que decir, si venimos para acá y rechazamos en esta parte y no llegamos a hacer un alto histórico, voy a aguantar el corto porque creo que se va a los 98, mínimo a los 102. Es lo que yo pensaría acá. Y si nos vamos en long, yo creo que podríamos llegar a los 130. Pero bueno, les voy a enseñar entonces ahora sí la tabla, sin contarles tantas pendejadas para que la vean y puedan entender el por qué pienso así. Y bueno, por qué pienso así, de dónde vienen estos números que estos cracks nos dieron. Un segundo. Ok. Pueden ver que en la trimestral Bitcoin continúa en esta tendencia súper alcista. Estamos siendo bajos más altos en toda la tabla, altos más altos. Bien, estamos viendo nuestra volatilidad. Continúa dándonos esta amenaza que va a contraer y ahora sí, ya no faltan tantos días para cerrar esto, aunque en Criptolandia 13 días y 10 horas es una puta eternidad. Vamos a ver cómo cierra esta vela. Lo importante de notar acá, el promedio del 5 está en los $92,000. El trimestre pasado lo tocamos, uno no. Entonces, parece que cada trimestre o lo tocas o no, va como salteado. Vamos a ver, esto está en 92 y el promedio del 9 está en 73,900. Vamos a poner el HPDR rápido para pelearme con él. Ah, no lo tuve que hacer. ¡Wow! Potente. Ahora podemos ver que nuestra media está aquí en los $141,000. En lo que nuestra parte baja de la zona azul está en los 75,000. Entonces, 141 o $75,000. Vámonos a la mensual. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual. Tiene la media, también importante, la media mensual. Esto es donde va a estar jugueteando rico. La media mensual está en 118,800. Ahora, le voy a dar preferencia a la semanal y les voy a decir por qué en esta jugada. Porque, y esto es un poco de salsa para sus tacos, cabrones. Porque si en la mensual estoy esperando que esta media sea rechazada en los 118,800, puede ver y han visto cómo la hace este tipo de movimientos, donde cruza la media, pero después cae a cerrar justamente donde está. Entonces, si la semanal me da un periodo más cercano a lo que estoy viendo, voy a esperarme a que me rechacen por acá arriba y que esto sea lo mismo que esta vela, un flashazo a la parte alta y ya. Entonces voy a darle preferencia a la semanal porque en la semanal el movimiento va a ser más en corto. La media en la mensual está en los 118,800. El promedio del 5 está en los 110. Ahí está mi número, ¿ok? Es el número más bien a la baja que estaría buscando. 110,277. De no aguantar, ahí deberíamos ir al 101. Entonces voy a modificar lo que había dicho antes y voy a hacer mi orden en 110,200. Perdón, voy a apuntarlo. 200, ¿ok? 110,200 a la baja. Y a la alza tengo, esto es la mensual, y a la alza tengo 118,856,85 mensual. Pero no estoy tocando la mensual todavía, que nos quede claro. Con esto dicho, también podemos ver que la volatilidad en Bitcoin continúa en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla, lo que está preparando un movimiento agresivo como el golpea viejas, ¿no? Güey, no seas tan agresivo. 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos justamente por encima de la media. Esto es muy interesante. De poder aguantar y seguir por encima de la media, deberíamos de poder tranquilamente venir a los $140,000, es lo que nos diría la historia. Pero para mí lo que tiene cara es que esto va a ser uno de estos escenarios una vez más, lo tienen acá, donde parecía, rompió la media, nos vamos al cielo y pito el rechazote que te dio, ¿ok? Entonces, este rechazote, esta vela podría ser un wickazo hasta acá, tranquilo, y cerrar la vela aquí abajo haciendo una perfecta vela topera que parece un palo de golf o de hockey. Y esto da un poco más de confluencia. ¿Qué es la zona que tengo que perder? 114. 114 en la de 2 semanas. Ok, a perder. Y eso me pone, si la pierdo, primer objetivo, 111,577, que es el promedio del 9. Y de perder los 111,557 está el 101. Por ende, estos 111,576, 111, ¿por qué vergas puse 115? Un segundo. 111, orate. 576 podrían ser la primera entrada de mi long si es que bajamos primero. Y esto es en la de 2 semanas, 9 EMA. Ok. Perdón, es que ya estoy viejo y tengo que anotar lo que estoy haciendo. Semanal es justamente lo que les había dicho. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en los 114,900. Es justo lo que acabamos de pasar. El promedio del 5 está en los 112,790. Y la parte baja de la zona azul y el promedio del 21 están en los 109,100. Entonces, esta zona bastante segura para mí, en mi opinión. Y aquí arriba tienes justamente la media en los 121. En los 121,680. 121,680. Un segundo. Voy a anotarlo. 121,685. Media semanal. Ok. Ok. 121,985. Perfecto. Monthly 5 EMA. Un segundo, se me olvidó poner algo en mis notas. Exacto. 5 EMA. Excelente. Ok. 2 semanas es donde estábamos. No, estamos en la semanal viendo esto. También tenemos en la semanal, un segundo, una pinturita que acabo de hacer, divina, hermosa. Podemos ver también, tenemos un setup de Hamas formándose. Y vamos, lo que queremos ver es volatilidad básicamente en esta temporalidad y ya la de 5 días para ver si va a reventar. Porque la diaria pues se mueve, pero en la de 5 días continuamos en volatilidad nula, por más que el precio haya subido, pompeado, bajado. Tenemos 1, 2, 3, 4, básicamente 20 días de nula volatilidad, con la volatilidad todavía muy por debajo. Tienes el promedio del 9 justamente acá en los 115 y el 61.8% está en los 108. Podrías venir a los 105, digo, el 50% en los 113, 350 y debería de aguantar. Si no aguanta, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser literalmente por ahí de los 109, 108 y eso nos pone un poco más pone más ¿cómo se dice? Le da más confluencia a este pedo, que haga esto y continúe a la alza. Ahora, aquí arriba, ¿dónde estaría la resistencia? En teoría, en los 117, 700, en la parte alta de la zona azul, donde está esta línea meme de fricción. Y de poder cruzar acá, alto histórico, según todo el mundo, en los 129, 100. Podría darse, no crean que no. El alto histórico también podría ser un escenario, pero me costaría bastante trabajo. Estoy viendo una divergencia bastante fuerte en Solana, por ejemplo, contra Bitcoin. Vean a Solana. Y esto se los dije con Ethereum también, donde hizo Ethereum su alto histórico hace 20 días y Bitcoin lo hizo antes. Entonces podríamos estar siguiendo el mercado de Bitcoin. Este pudo haber sido el tope de Solana ahorita y esto sería un S&P gigantesco. Entonces, y esto lo hemos visto antes, que rompe potentemente a la alza Solana, porque recuerden, cuando Solana va a hacer altos históricos, ¿cómo hace esto? Pueden ver, ¿no? Bajos, bajos, bajos más bajos y altos más bajos. Pero cuando tenemos este tipo de subidotas, así tal cual, donde la bandera se ve así, o sea, lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? Lo puedo cerrar así, es más. Normalmente eso lleva a la bajada. Si esto llegara a darse, y esto es lo que a mí me tiene como en señal de que no vamos a hacer un nuevo alto histórico en Bitcoin ahorita, es esto, esta divergencia, donde Solana tiene muchísima fuerza de dónde viene y Bitcoin no. Bitcoin se ha quedado acá abajo desde entonces. Ethereum también había hecho esto, pero desde ahí ha estado consolidando por acá. Y esto podría ser que ese fue su alto histórico, el 24, comparado con el de Bitcoin, que fue el 14, 10 días antes. Y esto, una vez más, me recordaría muchísimo al rally del 2017 y es como estaríamos viendo esto acabar. Y para mí, otro punto de confluencia a mi análisis para todos ustedes, para que lo puedan ver, es esto. Yo sé que esta es una línea meme y que le pones tanta importancia a las líneas memes como quieras, pero este canal lleva desde mayo, desde mayo hasta acá, y lo rompimos justamente acá, en agosto. Por ende, esto acá, que es donde probablemente venga a tocar resistencia y para abajo, eso para mí podría ser donde encuentre el tope, y eso coincide con la media que les había enseñado, con la media mensual. No, con la media semanal, para que lo tengan como nota. Diaria. Cabrón. Diaria. Tenemos nuestro promedio. Uy, ¿saben qué? El EMA 100 está junto al EMA 9 de 2 semanas en la diaria, acá abajo. Esto me encanta como confluencia para el long, porque la gente va a venir acá, el precio, si llega a caer por acá y está por debajo del promedio del 100 el día de hoy, por ejemplo, todo el mundo va a decir, no mames, vamos a los 102. Y pito, cabrones, nos va a mandar para arriba. Ahora, ¿va a ser un alto histórico? No sé, no sé. Tendría que hacerlo con muchísima fuerza el rebote. Y lo mismo va para la parte de abajo, es lo que estoy esperando. Entonces, acá, en los 111,500, hay una gran señal. 2 semanas está el promedio del 9 en los 111,500 y también en la diaria, 111,500 es el EMA 100 diario. Así es como saco mis números para que sepan. Estoy viendo qué zonas de nivel fuertes existen para esto. Entonces, para ponérsela sencilla, mi nivel ¿cómo se llama? Para el día de hoy va a estar entre los 111,500 va a ser mi primera entrada y 110,200 mi segunda, aquí abajo, para irme long, ¿ok? Y aquí arriba van a ser un segundo, 121,600, es más, 121,600. Voy a empezar en los 120,900 a 121,600. Y ahí es donde voy a meter mi long, 121,600, básicamente acá. Y esto sería para mí corto. Así de fácil. Y lo mejor de todo es, yo no soy de los pendejos que tienen que adivinar esto. Yo me voy a esperar a que primero vaya acá o acá para después tomar el movimiento. Esto es lo que hacen los traders vergas y lo que a mí me ha funcionado absolutamente astronómicamente en estos últimos meses es, no me voy a meter en ninguno de estos trades. Ninguno de estos. ¿Saben cuándo me voy a meter? Cuando lleguemos a esta línea meme para arriba y cuando lleguemos a esta línea meme para abajo y cuando lleguemos a esta línea, lo mismo. Eso es lo que me ha pagado cabrón. Y es lo que quiero que ustedes se estén llevando también. Y el entender a quién va a sacar, a cortos o a largos. Ahorita en este momento ha sacado a todo el mundo. Entonces, primero tiene que atrapar gente otra vez. Y vamos a ver a dónde atrapa gente, a la alza o a la baja. Nos da igual. Nosotros vamos al contrario de eso. Y ahí lo tienen. Eso es el análisis de Bitcoin. Rápidamente para la dominancia de Bitcoin que continúa haciendo bajos más bajos en la diaria. Semanal también, pero está agarrándose del EMA 100. Podríamos ver la dominancia de Bitcoin volver a empezar a subir a esta zona una vez más al 60,95% para venir a retestear justamente donde se rompió el canal y de ahí poder caer o continuar a la alza. Pero por ahora están viendo eso. Están viendo que los NFTs ni las altcoins, hay muy pocas altcoins que están pompeando, así como Solana, etcétera, y no están pompeando all-time highs. Así que no me pondría a pensar ahorita que altos históricos en Web3 va a venir. Se los digo, todavía estoy en esta posición. No, todavía no existe este alt season del que todo el mundo habla que existe. Y una vez más, se los digo, estoy metido en ese pedo hasta los tobillos por pendejo. Así que no existe todavía ese alt season que todo el mundo está esperando. All right, Mr. Alex, we're ready for, which one are you doing?
Some testy girl.
Awesome.
Let's take a little look at her. Because like you've been mentioning, I mean, electric cars really should see kind of the reaction off interest rates lowering, or you'll see the effects of it more just based off the financing and things of that nature and the promotions. I thought that was a really smart thing you mentioned a few weeks ago.
Thank you. I probably stole it from someone. There's no way that came out of me.
That actually makes a lot of sense. And I've never heard that. So yeah, I just learned a lot from you, honestly. So kudos. So we're still just within this range, big range. You know, we got that daily reclaim. We're just, oh wait, hold on, let me delete this. Yeah, so we got that nice gap. We moved up. We're finding resistance in the $415 region. It's a very big spot for Tesla. You know, when we were going forward a few days ago, I think yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, we're simply watching about potentially a pullback scenario, gap fill, and maybe actually moving down to 370, just literally playing within a range. But only one way that this will actually cancel out a pullback is if that $415 region continues to hold on a daily candle closure. You're seeing markets as a whole lined up, Bitcoin, Tesla, and other things that we'll look at today that are really at an important zone where you really could start breaking out, going to potentially a new high, if not testing close to it. Or, you know, you're rolling over. And if you roll over from this point, am I super bearish? Well, no. I mean, again, visually, you can just see this green candle was very nice. All eyes on 415. If you start falling back within this range, nothing of concern here. you had a breakout. So you should be gauging this as a higher low in the making and also a throwback bullish retest. What was resistance needs to be flipped into support. All while the weekly is still breaking out. And something to note is, Tesla's trying to actually hold above the 78.6% on the weekly. I like this perspective because if you can continue to hold that, that's at, right in that $416 region, close to 417, right next to that 415 area, you have the next target to $457. Lines up exactly with our meme line. So it does not need to just break out from here. And actually, in my opinion, it would be better off to see bullish just consolidate here for a little bit. Something Tesla's never really been able to do. The few moments that we've gone up to that $400 region really can't stick any kind of closing bases above it and hold above it. Yeah, you can say, well, what about here back in December of 2024? But you can see you got one candle close, massive top candle, massive shooting star. So this put you more caution. This was caution moving forward. And then here, once you popped back within this range, you started to put lower highs in. Now, very important, because had this just consolidated above the meme line, this would have broken out to a new high again. So moving forward today, you still see that weekly volatility expanding. It has 5 sessions, I believe. Let me see it. Yeah, 5 sessions of 0% volatility, the biggest setup ever on this weekly chart ever, telling you that you need to be watching very carefully. The pullback scenario absolutely can happen, but when volatility is this hot, we've seen before with really Tesla, once it starts moving, you get shallow pullbacks that lead to just shallow higher lows before moving up. You can see here, this was literally just 4 weeks, 5 weeks of straight up. So when you're in the midst of breaking out, this is the spot where you need to pay attention, because if you do pay attention, you get that pullback to 372, 371. This could be the spot to actually start positioning. Look for a long, but remember on the daily, it's not going to give you that as long as you hold above $415. So moving forward, I'd want to see really into next week, I want to see a weekly candle closure above $415, multiple daily candle closures above this zone. I want to see the EMA 5 move up and actually match with price. If those 3 things can occur, I will be convinced that this scenario will take place and we'll get a nice busting action move to $457. Now, I'll always say this when we talk about a major move, like a 10% move potentially at this zone, today's a big day. So, is it worth positioning? No, I don't think so. Wait for this weekly to close and then take it from there. Because if this weekly at all loses this $415 area, this will be a very telling sign to you that, yeah, this isn't going to get hit and we're potentially going to start rolling over and going to 370. I become bearish on Tesla once we actually start losing the daily SMA 200. That's at $332. So, a little buffer for bulls. Why I'm using that is because if we go all the way down at $332, firstly, this monthly will look disastrous, terrible. But also you have risk of losing the monthly 9, daily SMA 200. And this zone here is very important for Tesla at 330. This was off the backs, really. 330 is the spot that we started to expand. So we just revert this entire pump. That'll be a really bad sign. Now, the bi-monthly is important because this really does tie it up nicely. Tesla's TA now is really not complicated. Break out, go to $457, determine that on daily candle closures above 415. Lose 415 on daily, weekly then loses it. Yeah, you'll most likely go back down to 370. This bi-monthly ties it up nicely because here's exactly where you've made major tops on Tesla. I don't find it a coincidence you're at the same zone that you were at back in November of 2021 before you massively topped. So this zone is not the zone to be aggressive. It's the zone to just sit on your hands, wait, and watch. So we've seen before, not on Tesla's chart on the weekly, But we've seen before on these BBWP setups, when you are busting and you have a major setup. Now, I say not in Tesla's history because you've never had this big of a setup. But BBWP setups can flip bullish, and then they can either reset and give bulls another chance or flip in favor of bears. Let's see a scenario where that occurred. Here. You had a nice move up off the weekly SMA 200. Volatility looked like it was trying to bust. Resistance still acted as resistance. You came down, you reset volatility ever so slightly, predatory. And then you got the expansion. Boom, dump low. So be very aware. I mean, this is why we don't long resistance and only trade off volatility setups, because, well, if you've been here long enough, you've seen a bullish setup flip very quickly to a bearish setup, leaving bulls really just, you know, in not a happy land, I'll say that. So that's kind of what I'm watching for Tesla. There's really no reason to have FOMO here. Markets, again, are just, I think this is a week of positioning and waiting, not FOMO buying anything. Because, well, if you're the guy max longing 416 and this just starts rejecting, you know, you don't want to be the last person to the party. So just be very aware of that. Be very aware of the spot we're currently at. And all eyes on this monthly close. Weekly close leading to the monthly will be very telling to me. Weekly reclaims 415, holds it, bullish. You'll see $460, $457, possibly a new high. Once you make a new high, I'd be very cautious of a major pullback on Tesla. You can even see on this weekly, new high at 520 would mean you're at the 95% range. So really can't ask for much more once you break that high. We'd expect that anyways after a higher high macro break. But if you start losing it, then you need to watch this zone as resistance. You could literally get the same setup you had here in January, February, before Tesla ended up like really dumping hard from this point. This exact point, you ended up dumping 48%. So big spot. Me personally, I do think this is going to try to defend it. I do think the longer you defend, you'll actually step up these ranges, and bulls will potentially have another shot at breaking out. Till then, I'd really wait and watch till next week. You have 2 days to go on this weekly. If you've come this far and you've not positioned on Tesla, really don't see any reason to do that now. So that's all I have on Tesla. It's a pretty straightforward chart for me. You're at massive resistance. This is the last spot that really like marked the top. And so therefore, really no FOMO, watch 415. If that continues to hold, you then can start maybe thinking of a daily long around that region. But if it doesn't hold and you start losing it and the weekly loses it, that'll be my first sign of, yeah, you're potentially going to go to 370. That should hold. If it doesn't, then I do think Tesla could be topped, at least locally. So all eyes on this region, already seeing bulls pick up a bit here. And this is important. You need this zone to hold. So watch very carefully. Visually, right? Visually, you can just see it's bullish. And it looks like it wants to move up, higher high, higher low, lower high question marks. We're all just watching this region. That's why I'm really saying just wait on the daily. Just wait on the daily. Can be quick though. Reclaim, throw back, new high. I mean, in 3 days, we'll say 4 days, it went up 17%. So anything can happen here. And that's why I don't want to be aggressively pre-positioning before a weekly close, because I just know how this game works. It can look bullish. Anything can happen in the next 2 days. And, well, I don't want to be holding longs here for all the way back down to 370. So if you're really waiting to long, the extremity will be the weekly EMA 5. Just simply watch that. It's been holding this entire move up. You should be, gauging that as a throwback. If, right, this zone, we would have been gauging the same spot, throwback 370, didn't hold. Still gave you a position or a chance to short before a 40% move. So that tells me, okay, cool. We don't need to be looking for shorts in this region. Let's patiently wait, see if we get the easy long, maybe today. We fill our Bitcoin, Tesla long, pop up. It's only really until you start really deviating where we can start shorting. that same idea would have literally made us a lot of money. So no FOMO, watch the range. 415 is big. The daily is already slightly getting above that. So it's a good sign going into the daily closure in 4 hours. So we'll watch carefully.
Excelente, senor. Very clear. Thank you so much. Rivian is next. Por favor.
Nice. Okay, cool.
All the electric cars.
Yes.
and just wait until people realize that Lucid is pumping too.
And you know, Rivian's not looking that bad. It's not looking that bad.
Who would have thought, aside from anyone that would have understood, that this was going to be their biggest third quarter of all time?
God.
Oh. And by the way, Farhan, I'm going to buy that Lucid Gravity. I can't get it out of my mind, dude. I love that car.
How do you plan to? Oh wait, never mind. You just throw it out because of how cheap it will be.
Lucid
I
Gravity.
was gonna say, how do you plan to get it serviced? But you just throw it out. Get a new one.
Who gives a shit? Well, I'm by like all the major shops for Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid, so I'm lucky in that sense. But yeah. Oh boy.
Clean car. Lucid Gravity. Never seen it. It's a clean car.
It's the SUV. It's not the prettiest on the outside, but my God, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, the inside's nice.
Yeah, I saw.
Have you
also,
seen?
now that I'm an old man, they showed me a green one with a brown interior, and I was like, I really like this.
Speaking of SUVs with nice interiors that are getting cheap, Cullinans are dropping below 200K now. So just saying.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't care for that. I don't want people thinking. You know, I'm poor. I'm very happy with everyone thinking I'm very poor.
If anyone asks, I'll say it's used with 60,000 miles on it. I got it for 170K.
It's a 15-year finance deal.
Hey, Cullinan's a Cullinan. It may break down every once in a while, but that's life.
And it'll cost more than your house if that's the case. But yes, that is life.
I just love those orange interiors.
Those are fucking sweet. I agree. Alrighty. What's his face? Elías, me preguntas que dónde está mi take profit en mis operaciones de Bitcoin, en el long y en el corto que te había enseñado. Te digo esto. No sé todavía dónde voy a poner mis take profits. ¿Por qué? Porque digamos que viene a la parte alta de acá y acá rechaza. Y rechaza rapidísimo de aquí acá, pero en putiza, que no lo deje estar ahí, me voy a quedar hasta los 102. Pero tiene que hacerlo rapidísimo. Si se queda aquí un rato, bla, 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 y después cae tranquilo, voy a salirme en mi línea de fricción 117, 640. ¿Me entiendes? Y lo mismo a la alza. Tengo que ver qué tan rápido, si viene acá a los 110 que dijimos, a los 110, 111, y en putiza hace esto, pero literalmente en nada revienta la alza y pasa los 103, los 113,500 básicamente en putiza. Esto quiere decir, me voy a aguantar altos históricos. Si no, voy a salirme en mi primer punto de fricción, 116,200. Para que lo tengas ahí claro. Y es por eso que sí, copy trading es tan difícil, porque, o sea, con no entender nada. Porque hay muchas veces que técnicamente todo el mundo se queda clavado solamente con las ideas por adelantado, pero tienes también que ver la fuerza de reacción que de verdad influye en el precio. Solo quería decir eso para ti, mi Elías, y para todo el mundo viéndolo. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, estamos justamente donde habíamos dicho, ¿no? Y esta línea meme que pusimos en el último stream ha funcionado perfecto para nosotros. ¿Qué es lo que ha pasado con Tesla? Lo voy a poner en la de 2 semanas para que lo podamos ver un poco más de lejos, pero de cerca. Pueden ver que después de nuestro máximo histórico venimos a ser bajos acá en los 2.14 y ahora estamos justo acá. La gente nos estamos preguntando, damas y caballeros, esta es la segunda vez que rompemos a esta zona en la tabla en la historia, ¿ok? La primera vez nos rechazó La vez que lo rompimos, nos hicimos altos históricos, aunque ya lo habíamos roto y habíamos hecho altos históricos y continuamos empujando, pero una vez que la perdemos, caemos agresivamente. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que queremos aguantar? Definitivamente nos gustaría, tal cual lo que está haciendo y el comportamiento de esta vela, nos gustaría que esto se quede tal cual, por encima de los, 300, de los 414. Esta zona para mí es muy importante. Ahora, te ha hecho estas gatadas esto, donde fue a tocar la parte alta, te enseñó hasta casi los 370 y después regresó a la alza. ¿Ok? Tesla está en una mega tendencia alcista. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver que la volatilidad está acompañando el movimiento a la alza. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que favorece más a la alza el movimiento ahorita. Si llegaras a ver que Tesla, y esto es lo único que yo haría en esta tabla, en Tesla, si llegaras a ver que Tesla regresa a esta zona de entre 370, 380 y 360 en putiza, esto le haces un bid para comprar e ir a altos históricos. Si ahorita con el anuncio de la Fed, Tesla va y hace alto histórico o algo así, yo apostaría a que vienes otra vez a los 330 desde ahí. Me esperaría igualito que con Bitcoin. Pero Tesla es un poco más, es más lento, no se comporta tan rápido como Bitcoin, obviamente, aunque hay veces que sí. Mensual no tienes nada en Tesla. Puedes ver, déjenme pongo el HPDR a ver si nos cuenta alguna historia que no estoy viendo. Justamente fue el rechazo del 50%, el 61.8% está aquí por máximos históricos, que es lo que les había dicho. Si podemos romper, y justamente donde está mi línea meme, esos 429, vamos a ir a buscar altos históricos, definitivamente. Entonces, 429 es el número que te tienes que aprender para saber que una vez que esté retomado ese número, retomado, no nada más que lo toque, que cierres por encima de 429, vas a tener la habilidad de venir a buscar estos máximos históricos. Hasta que no hagas eso, no existe. Existe más la probabilidad de venir a retestar la parte baja de la zona azul en los 397. ¿Y dónde está la media? En los 330, hasta acá. Ahí está, 370 es donde había. Ok, ya. Estoy viendo esto. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos dice nada, pero en las 2 semanas volatilidad está expandiendo. Estamos cayendo el 50%. La parte baja, la parte alta de la zona azul cerraría el gap en los 395. ¿Ok? De cerrar por debajo de 395, una vez más, la media, digo, la resistencia meme en los 370 tal vez no aguante porque no hay nada hasta la media que está en los 340. Y ese sería un movimiento bastante agresivo a la baja para después rebotar, continuar con esta tendencia alcista. De perder esta zona en los 330, ahí es donde empezaría yo a preguntarme qué pasó. Por ahora no hay nada. Semanal también tienes volatilidad expandiendo al 88.3%, sería a 457. Una vez más, eso te pondría en máximos históricos, simplemente aguantando el 78.6% y la línea meme en estos momentos. Una vez más, lo que tienes que romper es esta línea meme en los 429. De no aguantar acá, vendrías a visitar los 380 y aquí es donde ya vería los 370 y esta es una tabla, ok, una tabla semanal. Ahora, diaria, ve lo cansado que está esto y es justamente lo que estábamos hablando, tenemos que consolidar un poco y en lo que estamos, por cierto, si me habían preguntado acá, ¿vendo o no? Hubiera sido bueno, te hubieras quitado el estrés de todos estos días. Tienes el 95% todavía acá por encima de la línea meme. Una vez que la rompas en los 427, vas a ir a altos históricos. Pero antes de eso, podrías tranquilamente venir al 61.8% en los 376 o la parte baja de la zona, la parte alta de la zona azul 364. Este sería el movimiento que yo estaría esperando si se da. Ahora, no, esto no va a ser para mí para agregar a mi posición en este momento. Estoy hablando de trades, no de inversiones, porque Tesla está muy caro en este momento y yo sigo pensando que el próximo trimestre va a ser el peor de la historia. Por ende, no hay forma de que, bueno, sí hay forma en realidad, y ahora que lo estoy diciendo en voz alta, todo juega. Lo que yo pensaría es que haga esto y acá rebote a la alza. Esto es donde yo esperaría hacer un trade. Un trade, no una inversión, un trade. Antes de eso, no. Y también, si empezamos a cerrar por encima de 427, 427, 427, me iría del lado largo, encantado de la vida para hacer un long acá a máximos históricos. Pero esto sigue siendo zona de trade, no de agregar a tu posición de Tesla. para que lo tengan y que esté claro con ustedes. ¿Ok? Vamos entonces con Don Farhano. A ver, la que sigue. ¿Cuál era la que seguía? Era
Oracle.
Oracle. Yes, sir.
So we got the quarterly on Oracle. Quarterly momentum is still pointing to the sharply to the upside, but it's getting a little extreme, not quite getting topped out because I see it does like to go to 100%. I see another example of somewhere in the 90% zone. Where did it top out? So it's getting a little high. Not quite to the extreme point just yet, but it's getting a little high. It's getting to somewhere around 77%. There's no divergences present because you are making higher highs on the momentum. So that is showing some significant strength. In fact, it's not even a possibility to put in bearish divergence. And you are putting in a God mode signal in the background on the jewel, but there's no neutral sell signal, not even a neutral signal. It's still giving you a buy signal. And you're just now about to get a bullish cross on the quarterly with the pink about to cross over the yellow. That's very, very interesting to see. After unabated move straight up, you're about to get another bullish cross. Let's go on to monthly. Monthly is getting a little bit more extreme now. It's getting into the 80s, getting more approaching the 90% zone on both volatility and momentum, getting a rejection from this 88.3%. If you do get a monthly close like this, what's more likely is you're probably going to get a move down to retest this 78.6% and this previous consolidation high around like $250-ish. And as long as you're holding up to this area, probabilities are that you're just going to grind out another higher low, something like you saw here, something like you saw here, something like you saw here, while where you were tapping some pretty extreme areas on the HPDR, then you made a higher low, the HPDR range just stepped up significantly, and then price was able to move to the upside again. That's what's more likely to happen. The invalidation for that is just closing over this 88.3% at around $316, and then you're likely to continue from there. But right now, as long as you're below that area, what's more likely you're just going to grind out a higher low, while this 38.2% moves up into price action, and then you can get continuation. The jewel on the monthly is giving you a fresh buy signal, curving back around and going back into the bullish control zone. And if you zoom in, you're taking out this previous low, which puts in hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. 2 week is currently starting to flip down on both momentum and volatility, whereas the jewel is very close to giving you a buy signal with the pink about to cross over the yellow. The oscillator is switching into a neutral signal, but supports the idea of the short-term pullback. But with that bullish cross about to happen, that short-term pullback likely leads into an opportunity, and that would be basically the same zone on the weekly, right around $250-ish, where this 9 EMA is ever so slightly going to rise and very likely going to be there at that point. Right now it's at 244. Weekly, also same idea, getting to very extreme areas. Weekly is already giving you the God mode sell signal on the jewel. 38.2% right now sits at right around that 260 zone. 5 day, same idea as weekly. 2 day also getting very extreme on both momentum and volatility, right at 95%, getting a rejection from the 97.5% on the HPDR, giving you targets of around basically that 38.2%, about 250 to 260. Daily, even more extreme on both momentum and volatility at 98%, getting a rejection from almost to 100% on the HPDR. The jewel is now starting to curve over, losing the buy signal. Very likely you're getting a pullback from here. And that's same zone as before, about 260 to 250. 4 hours now flipping heavily to the downside, getting the rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone, where volatility is now just about to start expanding again from the neutral zone right below 50%. The HPDR ranges have now caught up with price action, and you're about to lose 38.2% freshly, giving you a nice little dump ski down to somewhere around $260 to $250 in between this 55 and 100 EMA. And that will be a nice little gap fill as well. Didn't notice that at first, that there was a gap. Now we'll go to RSI. Quarterly has, oh, actually, never mind. Quarterly has invalidated the bearish divergence. Monthly currently has active hidden bullish divergence, will be active as long as you're closing over about $223. And your next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at 375.40. Nothing weekly, nothing 5-day, nothing 3-day. 3-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about $218.79. And your next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at 371. 2-day multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over about. Oh, someone's calling me. There we go. It'll be active as long as you're closing over about $219.56, and your next target is the critical zone, which is currently at 485. This number will update. Okay, nothing. 4 hours, nothing. Now you look at momentum. Quarterly is getting volatility expansion with momentum freshly flipped to the upside, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $327.75. And we're putting in a nice little inverse head and shoulders on the momentum. The patterns are a lot more effective on momentum than they are on price action. A lot less people looking at the momentum. Monthly is currently also freshly flipped up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 198.50. And monthly is putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low on momentum while price made a higher low. 2-week is currently flipped to the downside. Volatility is at extremes, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 338.30. Supports the idea of that short-term pullback to around that 260 zone. Weekly also flipped down with volatility now expanding, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 330. 5-day also flipped down with volatility expanding as long as you're closing below 330.60. 2-day currently flipped up with volatility now at 100%. Moving average is almost caught up, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 233.80. Daily currently freshly flipped down with volatility at extremes, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 330.73. 4 hours currently also flipped to the downside, very close to flipping back up. Unlikely it does, however, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 299. Up. High time frames are still quite bullish on Oracle. They've kind of always been bullish on Oracle for, let's see, how long? Always, since ever, it's been bullish on the high time frames. The only one time where it was even kind of questionable was back in like 2001, 2002 during the dot-com crash, where I guess everything internet and data related was quite bleak, and this still just made a higher low. Momentum is freshly flipping back up with volatility support, and volatility is not even close to being topped out yet on the quarterly. And we've seen since volatility expanded, how much of a move up? About 615%, and we still have another quarter to go on volatility before getting to 100%. We're putting in a nice inverse head and shoulders on the quarterly, which on the momentum, the patterns are around 75 to 80% effective, whereas they're closer to 60% on price action. So I do put a lot of weight on that inverse head and shoulders on the stochastic right now. Sure, you are below the momentum pivot on for the quarterly, but it is currently flipped to the upside with volatility expansion. And if you do look at the monthly also supports that idea by being flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, but it doesn't necessarily tell you that you're just going to go straight up from here. Actually, quite the opposite is based on how high momentum is getting, how high volatility is getting, how high you're tapping on the HPDR. What's more likely, significantly likely from here, is a little bit of a pullback, and you are seeing that with momentum flipping down at the low time frames, and you have a massive gap right now. So it is likely you're going to get a test somewhere around that 260 to 250 zone to fill that gap, and then from there I do expect a bounce. And whether you're going to be bullish or bearish, you're likely going to get a bounce in that zone. But my bias right now is that you're going to bounce from there and you're going to go to new all-time highs. And the right now the RSI targets are all lining up somewhere between 350 and 390. $170 for that mix zone. And the invalidation is going to be either, let's see here, either getting a tick below about $118 or a weekly close below about $223. Either one of those two things. And I think we're likely going to get a much deeper pullback and likely not going to see all-time highs for a while. But my bias right now is a little bit of a pullback to fill the gap around 260 to 250 and then continue from there upward to 350 to 370.
Makes sense. Thank you so much, dude. So simple. Now, it's simple because I'm copying you. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Muy bien.
SoFi is next.
Nice.
SoFi, exactly.
She's showing up.
The Indian guy's company, Chamath.
It better be very bullish because they're the sponsor for the Chargers and the Chargers are winning. Sorry, guys. I love football. It's terrible.
Do you?
I don't know anything about football.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Huh.
The only football team I know is the Houston Texans.
Well, they're not doing great right now. So, shit luck to you, my
hear.
friend.
I don't watch any sports, but I like playing it. I used to play football.
Oh, I wish I would have played football. I never did because in Mexico it was not a thing.
The only sport I watch from time to time is occasionally I'll watch some tennis here and there.
Oh, so you're a homosexual.
Exactly.
Yeah,
100%. Did I have to? Did someone have to tell you that?
I watch tennis sometimes. Do you hold Cardano?
Should have been obvious.
Are you holding Cardano?
Of course. Claro que sí, señor.
So good.
I like to get pegged as well.
Hey,
oh my God. Yeah, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. And you also buy purses like Vitalik.
Indeed. I have a collection of Birkins.
But you only bring them out when you're watching a tennis match.
Yeah. I like to have one on each shoulder to get ready for the D's I'm about to jerk off.
Oh my God. Incredible.
Nothing like self-deprecating humor.
Yeah, I think it's the best. It's my
Watch
favorite.
be like a few tennis players on the stream. They're just like, we just basically.
Oh shit! Let me sign up.
No, but I'll say this to play tennis players. If you're a player, that's awesome. Like that's not gay. It's just gays like to watch it, and there's nothing wrong with it. You know, it's just what it is. It's fine. It's like who watches like NASCAR? You know what I mean?
Watching professional tennis players in real life, though, like it's a little different because the ball moves so fast, you can't keep up with your eyes.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, and playing it is fun as fuck. I'm just saying it's very gay. Watch it.
I don't deny
it.
Here we go. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Oracle en la trimestral. Ahora, importante para todos ustedes. Y voy a hacer un mega paréntesis acá. Oracle tuvo este pompazo. ¿Quién se acuerda? Y esto es cómo funciona el mercado, para que entiendan, ¿ok? Y es por eso que les digo que es es como creer en Santa Claus todavía si crees que este mercado no es completamente, se va a mover en la dirección que se va a mover sin que tengas que comprar o vender nada ni nadie más, porque el mercado, los fondos grandes son los que mueven todo. ¿Por qué creen que Oracle llegó hasta acá arriba hace poco y ahorita que anuncian que TikTok fue comprado está aquí abajo? Porque aquí todos los insiders compraron la noticia de aquí abajo a que TikTok iba a ser adquirido. Por eso, cuando viene la llamada de Oracle, fallan en estimaciones, no en estimados. Y Larry Ellison les dice a todos, no, pero vamos a hacer un chingo de varo, ¿eh? Después de fallar. No es que la gente haya confiado en que van a hacer un chingo de varo después, es porque todos ellos ya sabían que iban a comprar TikTok. ¿Ok? Y ahora que te están diciendo a ti, pinche plebeyo de mierda, ¿no? Como a mí, básicamente cómetela porque apostaste ahorita a la larga y ya se fue a esto. Y aquí le vendieron a todo el mundo todo. ¿Ok? Entonces, por eso funciona el mercado así. Por eso quieres reaccionar al precio. Nadie te va a dar una ventaja. Estos viejitos se dan entre ellos la ventaja y luego te lo cuentan a ti como si te estuvieran dando la información que vale. Nel, La información que vale ya valió acá. Ya no vale nada, ¿ok? Es muy importante entender eso para no caer en las trampas pendejas del mercado. Ahora, estamos viendo Oracle con una expansión tremenda de volatilidad que no ha llegado a extremos desde acá. Una vez que se dio la vuelta para acá abajo y se fue para allá, quiero que vean esta expansión a dónde nos ha llevado. Pum, 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 para arriba y con muchísima fuerza, ¿ok? Y esto literalmente es toda la gente que sabía que iban a comprar TikTok. Ya lo sabían. Obviamente, ¿qué creen? Que Larry Ellison se enteró que el presidente Trump le habló hoy en la mañana, ¿no? O ayer en la mañana. Oye, Larry, te voy a dejar comprar el TikTok. No quería que nadie más lo comprara, quería que lo compraras tú. O sea, no mamen, por el amor de Dios, ¿no? Todo esto ya lo sabían y por eso esto ha subido como loco. Ahora, en la parte de abajo tenemos el setup de volatilidad que ya vieron y esto continúa empujando a la alza. Esto es lo que me hace pensar, ¿podría todavía haber más movimiento a la alza? Podría, porque todavía no hemos llegado a extremos y Oracle le gusta estar en extremos, aunque no hay de extremos desde el 2000. Atentos a eso. La lectura de volatilidad más alta está justamente un poco más arriba de donde está el precio ahorita. Está acá, en el 76%, y esa fue en el 2003. Desde entonces la volatilidad no había llegado tan alto. O sea, han pasado veintitantos años para la volatilidad regresar acá. Yo podría esperar un rechazo acá y eso diría que este fue el tope, que a toda la gente la metieron ahorita con la compra de TikTok y es lo que les van a vender. No estoy diciendo que sea el caso, pero lógicamente eso es lo que tendría sentido para mí, ¿ok? Porque el precio bajó agresivamente. Esto es a lo que me refiero cuando ves regresiones agresivas de precio. Ahí es donde dices, ¿por qué? Si vamos a continuar a máximos históricos, ¿por qué me están dando la oportunidad de comprar más abajo? ¿No? Porque si compras de aquí donde estás y quieres irte a máximos históricos, todavía puede ser un 15% de una apuesta que sería relativamente sencilla en tu lana. $100,000 te paga $15,000. Nada mal, en una empresa que va a continuar subiendo. Más allá de eso, estamos en un punto importante de la tabla. Vamos a ver el HPDR para ver qué nos cuenta. Y podemos ver que el 78.6% es donde nos están rechazando en este momento. Y no habíamos literalmente llegado a esta zona, el 78.6%, desde el 2000, güey. Vean esto. La zona verde. Lo tocamos acá en el 2021, pero fue el 61.8%. Ni siquiera fue la parte más alta. Lo tocamos acá cuando llegamos al 100% en el 2000. O sea, han pasado 25 años desde que ves este movimiento acá, que llegó al 88.3%. La parte alta de esto está en los, puta madre, 580, ni voy a seguir, 300, pero el haber hecho esto y tener este rechazo me dice que atentos. En la mensual ya tienes volatilidad en doble extremo. Tuviste el primer extremo en la caída. Ah, no, te lo dio en esta subida. Luego, cuando bajó la volatilidad, ajustó el precio en el 2025 con lo de abril y luego tuviste este megaputazo a la alza en la mensual. Septiembre. Esto es una vela mensual. También tuviste expansión de volatilidad ante esta subida. Esto quiere decir que cuando volatilidad contrae en Oracle, en la mensual, el precio cae. Atento acá que es tu tercer extremo y desde cuándo no veías algo así de dobles extremos. No, pues no lo ves desde los 2000, una vez más. Atentos acá, atentos acá. Estamos en extremos en la trimestral y también en la mensual, extremos que no habíamos visto literalmente desde otra vez, el 2000, 25 años, 25 años. Semanal, todavía tienes aún más volatilidad llegando a extremos, el tope ya llegó esto al 97%, llegó con esta vela y fue rechazado y ahora estás cayendo al 88.3% y esto debería de permitirte venir a los 2.72 hasta los 2.54, si es que no los 2.47, para poder tener un rebote. Antes de eso tiene cara que tiene que consolidar esto. Semanal, tienes expansión de volatilidad, pero ante esta vela roja. Voy a poner atención acá, ya estás en extremos, de todas maneras, pero esta expansión nueva te la dio en esta vela roja. Empezó la expansión con las velas verdes, pero por arriba del promedio con la vela roja, lo que podría empujarlo tranquilamente a la zona de los 2.65 o a la media en los 2.55. Diaria, estás en extremos, están al 100%, tienes que consolidar para continuar ser alcista. Tienes un gap gigantesco acá entre los 292 y los 243. No tiene por qué cerrarla ahorita, pero por el amor de Dios, ve lo alto que estás en el HBDR. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que llegaste hasta arriba de verdad de eso? 25. No, o sea, tíos, esto no pasa. Ahora, Oracle está absorbiendo TikTok. Eso es la operación de Estados Unidos. Eso le va a dar bastante varo, pero yo creo que ya lo tomamos en precio acá. Yo creo que una corrección, un ajuste a esta zona sería lo correcto y de aquí esperar a que no caiga más y continuar a la alza. Eso es como se ve Oracle en términos sencillos. Términos sencillos, para que lo entiendan viendo la diaria, tranquilamente podrías venir a los 2.83, que es donde está el promedio del 9, de no aguantar los 2.66 y hasta los 2.55. Esta es la zona donde debería de aguantar. ¿Por qué? Porque esta es tu zona de breakout. Es lo que no habías podido romper antes y una vez que lo rompiste llegaste hasta acá. 2.56 debería ser tu zona de máxima oportunidad si es que esto continúa siendo alcista. Si pierdes esta zona, vas a volver a caer hasta los 191. Así de fácil. Y ahora, para a la alza, ¿quieres continuación a la alza? Arriba de 3.14, con cierres arriba de 3.14, porque literalmente solo tuviste uno. Todo esto es una ilusión. Esta es una bajada, bajo, bajo, no cerró arriba y abajo. Por ende, yo diría que si vas a agregar a tu posición en Oracle o hacer un trade en Oracle, yo me esperaría acá, a este extremo, en los 257, 256. Y pues bueno, tu invalidación está bastante abajo, lo haría con muy poco leverage o agregaría mi posición de Oracle aquí en los 256 y si me llevo los 218 tal vez me salga de ella porque va a bajar más por ahí de los 191 y también ves el S&P 200 justamente ahí. Así que atentos. Una vez más, continuación a la alza por encima de los 3.15, cierres por encima de 3.15, nos llevaría a máximos históricos otra vez, pero por ahora lo que tiene cara es de que va a haber una consolidación cansadona en lo que todo se reprecia a como debe de ser por Oracle. Ahí lo tienes. Y Elías me dices, mi impuesto es del 22% para la posición de abril, así que si no es alto histórico, que Tesla espere, como dices tú, hasta que tenga más tiempo con ellas para pagar 10% y seguir al idiota en esto. Puedes, si no te importa, también puedes. Ahora, no sé qué tanto tiempo vaya a tomar en regresar a donde estamos ahorita. Solamente tienes que tener eso en mente. Yo estoy apostando a años para adelante. Es la única cosa que tienes que tener en mente. Y ya, es todo. Si quieres llevarte tu lana, hacer lana nunca le ha dañado nada a nadie. Es todo. Alex, you got Rivian, of course.
Some Rivian.
The French car maker.
Yes. You know, this is kind of like France in a way. You know, there's like little spurs of good moments, but the majority of it's just kind of shit. But anyways, you know, Rivian is actually playing really nicely into the idea, right? The idea was that this wick low essentially was more like a liquidity grab. It was a quick daily trend shift. You took out a lot of stop losses. You also hit the meme line, and this meme line is playing into that idea for me, or giving me confidence that, yeah, this really could just be a liquidity grab before moving up. Now, the idea behind moving up was first, you needed to take out September 11th's high, the wick high there. That would be a great sign. And then lastly, you need to start busting out and making a move really past that $15 region. You haven't gotten that yet. You've come up, you've hit this region. Let's see, this high is $14.63. Unless you literally hit it exactly to the T. That's funny. So all eyes on that high. Ideally, we break it, not just hit it exactly. We want to break it. But this is still a good sign. And when we were going and looking at Rivian, it was really not looking the worst. We noticed that in the midst of this dump, it was pretty aggressive, but it really didn't solidify anything for bears. I mean, the ideal scenario would have been losing the SMA 200. That just would have been great. You didn't get that. You just simply lost the 9 and you held the 21, just playing within this moving range. Moving average range. Had a brain fart there for some reason. So now the idea is, well, you've reclaimed the 9. You've moved up. You've actually really tested exactly to the point September 11th wick high. The idea is if you can take that out, just can't afford a pullback. This pullback ideally gives you that retest of the 9 before breaking out. Now going to the weekly, I think the weekly is actually very nice because really it was still telling you that bullish consolidation was still happening. If I throw the 55 off and we focus on the 9, I think the EMA 9 is important for Rivian because generally a lot of times for Rivian, it's just ranging, it's chopping, and you just get these spur of the moment, like bullish price action, like green dildo times, right? But they're very quick and then they get sold off. The EMA 5 to me doesn't work too well for Rivian. The EMA 9 does though. And so even in the midst of this consolidation, it was bullish. You were holding above the 9, and we identified when you had that major move down, it still got bought up and you still really honestly held a nice weekly close. So that was still guiding our bias. I still am under the belief that you're going to see a move up into the $16 region on Rivian. That could happen, by next month. This could in the next week. This is in bull territory at this point. And why we should be watching that $16 region is, well, firstly, it's major resistance. We've been in this channel for a long time. We're now towards the end of it. This will really start ending in October, telling me that, if we're going to break out of here, it's sooner rather than later. And if we're going to reject here, honestly, hitting the extremity high would make sense before breaking down. A last just middle finger to bulls before coming down. It worked really nicely here, got everyone trapped. Hashtag that guy on X who was roasting that bear who was shorting that made life change. Always got to bring that guy up. It's kind of like, if you know, you know. And so that's kind of what I'm watching. You have the potential to form, I like it on the 2-day, head and shoulders. You have the left head. You could just pop up, form the right shoulder, and then roll over. Be very telling to see, and just visually, this is telling you, you should pay attention here. You should look for this to be a major spot of resistance. When you go to the monthly, it's not very complicated. You're just literally looking at the same levels that you rejected. You held the monthly 9. You went down to the extremity low, i.e. just the mean line. And so really logically, the next zone is the 21. EMA 21 was the last spot that massively rejected Rivian. And that's sitting at $15.59. So what we can gather from this is Rivian's just in the middle of a pump. I don't think that it's wise to be longing now. I don't think it's wise to be shorting. Always waiting for the extremity on Rivian to short has been wise. For me, that is sitting at $15.62. We need to use the monthly EMA 21 because that's strong. A monthly 9 is strong, but also a 21 is. And using it on a monthly is very important. How I gauge the moving average is it's a range. You have the 9, you reclaim the 9, you go to the 21. And then that's where it becomes interesting because if you get back above the 21, you get a really nice move up to the 34, which has never been hit in Rivian's history. We see here the 21 rejected us. That's lining up nicely with the weekly. We can gather here that if really Rivian starts reclaiming the weekly EMA 100, it's the same thing I said last time. That'll be my sign that this is actually the beginnings of a major, major breakout. And we could actually start seeing these volatility setups, which, mind you, these are at the lowest point ever in this history's chart. And at this current point, you're starting to break back above the moving average. That could be the start of a major breakout. Again, next target being around that $20 region. And if we're already back within this range, you should just be looking at $27 to be hit eventually. Now, it could mean come up, break out, reject, back test, come up, and then come down again. I mean, we've seen this before. But this is the potential. This is what bulls want going into October. They want a breakout. They want that 60, 50% busting action move, opening up a major range. But to open that up, you have to see $19 get reclaimed. And before $19, you have the monthly 21, weekly EMA 100, and also this meme channel that we've been watching really, I mean, for like a year now. So a lot of things on Rivian saying there's massive resistance before it can actually break out. And that's why using the weekly EMA 100 is going to be wise to really gauge that. Any weekly candle closure above the weekly EMA 100 for me will really start solidifying that this is a major shift in price structure. And we are about to see a massive green dildo to the upside of like 30, 40%. But until then, we're just still in this range. Things are getting really tight. As we approach the end of it, it's not wise to be aggressive within a range. You can easily get confirmation of a breakout or a breakdown. Roll over, reject, bearish retest. This has held support. So in theory, if you are going to break down, it should look something like this, just something really aggressive. Down, boom. Giving you at least a bias to short. Because if you go to the daily here, you see that SMA 200 and EMA 100 is lined up really nicely in that $13 region. So if you start moving down, breaking down, losing it, most likely you'll get the bearish retest off the SMA 200 on the daily. You've seen this reject before. Let me show it here. And you've held it, you came down, you got the bearish retest, and then you had a major move down. A lot of red lines here. Let me get this going. I remember this short too, actually. Had the channel, low volatility, under the EMA 100, under the SMA 200, giving you the bias. You're going to break down, lower highs, helped you short. And that was a very big move. So really, I mean, do you long here? No, you're just waiting to see if you take September 11th wick high out. Once that is done, I do think Rivian can afford a pullback, easily contest $14. That's where you're going to want to watch. You're going to higher low and then breakout is the idea. If you break out and hit $16, I'm watching that really carefully. Similar to here, I was watching that very carefully, was not bullish up here at all. And I had to say that, well, in theory, this is going to be a massive rejection point, and it was. So I'm going to just use that same logic here. Watch for maybe a massive rejection leading to the right shoulder, playing into the head and shoulders. You can even see it on the weekly, playing into potentially just a bi-monthly lower high. Right, you come all the way up. You still could be lower highing it. It's just tricky because you have higher lows, but you also have lower highs. So that's why it's tricky. The little details on more lower time frames are going to be important, specifically the weekly. So watch the weekly. EMA 100 will guide you. No reason to overcomplicate it. To the T. This is where it last rejected. It's coming up really nicely with this region. My next target's the monthly 21. That's at $15.50. Weekly EMA 100 sitting a little higher at $16. That tells me you easily can wick up a little above this EMA 21. Something you totally saw in May. This is what got bulls. They got horny, excited. You started wicking a little past this 21. But that's why it's really important to start really dissecting the chart, look at the weekly and be like, oh no, you're just trying to move up to the EMA 100. Because that is the next target. If you're above all major moving averages, the 9, the 21, the 34, my next target, how my system works is you do get an easy move up to the EMA 100. But, right, as I always say, that's just a massive spot. So this told you here, this is a massive zone. People will get excited because they see it rallying back up to that point. This is like really important because this already told you it was resistance. So do you get bullish at resistance? No, never. So that's why you should use the reclaim. $16 is a big spot. Seems very likely we're going to see a major move up on Rivian soon. And I really would not be surprised if from this point you test that 9 and then you move up 18%. Should be good enough to get everyone bullish again. That's usually how it works. You will go up, shallow, higher, low, test the daily 9, and then you went up 20%. Pretty insane. Here I'm saying the same thing, reclaim the daily 9, watch for the pullback. You got the trend shift, higher, low, retested the 9, and then you made a 20% move up in just a few days. So that's why really Rivian's like, Paris or France, honestly. Just not very good, and it does nothing, and you really are just in a terrible range on Rivian. People get very excited about this chart. I don't know why. It actually gives me end phase vibes. And really, this chart pays patient people. I had a lot of people DMing me that they were longing, like friends and family, at $16 Rivian, and I had to ask them why. Didn't make any sense to me. They were convinced $20, $25 was coming. And this is why it's really important to understand where you're at in the chart, where volatility is, and specifically where the important part is to get reclaimed. $16 will always be the spot until that actually does get reclaimed. This is just going to play right into bear's hands, potentially form a head and shoulders, and massively dump down. If you start taking out, it's September 8th low, really. This low now, this wick low. So last week's wick low, if you start taking that out, that's your confirmation that you're breaking down. I do think $10.89 will be tested. I'm not convinced this will hold. Rather, I think you're going to test the all-time low if you start taking out simply this low. So that's a big spot. That's a big thing, and that just shows how compressed and how close we are to a massive move. Now I'll finish off with this. The monthly Bollinger Bands really play into this nicely. You see they're pinching for the first time ever. What we can take from this is you see the upper band sitting at $16. That's sitting really closely to our weekly EMA 100 and also our meme line. So that gives you confidence. If the weekly starts really reclaiming above 1650, holding above the EMA 100, you know that the monthly, for the first time ever, is actually breaking the upper Bollinger Band, which is a massive sign. This is literally this is what I used before BBWP. Whenever you get pinching bands, this is your sign that volatility is majorly compressed. You can see it better on the 2-week. And let's check that weekly. So this is actually the tightest the weekly's ever been in the history of this chart. But you would have already known that based on this. Lowest BBWP reading ever. So pretty exciting when I see something like this and you're at the end of it. Because you have to literally be watching this chart every single week for multiple months to finally get to this point. If you're finally logging in and paying attention to Rivian, GG, because, well, you're now towards the end of what's going to be the start of a major move up or down. But for all the people watching and waiting, we're now here. So this channel will either not work or you'll really start seeing this breakout or breakdown as soon as, I think, the beginning of October. So
it's looking promising. Now, I'll say something that I really love about this chart on the daily. It's absolutely baiting shorts right here. It's letting people know, nope, we can't get past this. Come in short, come in short, come in short. And it had done it with this, then this, then this, and then he did a liquidity grab. So he got rid of all the shorts. And then people started to position long, but not here because people were too scared. So he started doing it here. And now they're making them wonder, am I going to be able to get past this? So that means that it's preparing a big move. I would expect a move back to $13.98, $14, and then go bust.
Yeah, exactly. Because where would you put your stop loss if you shorted right there at current price or current market price? You would put it right
stop
there.
loss would have to be $15 and exactly, right?
Which is the next target. So you're just, if you're shorting within the middle of the range, that's usually what that's going to brew. Quick daily EMA 9 retest to a squeeze up to the next zone.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, senor. Celsius is next.
Oh, sweet.
Sweet like its flavor. Just like
Someone
the way Parkin loves it.
Yeah, it's his favorite drink. He's probably
I
sipping one.
know. Crazy. He's drinking one right now. I'm seeing him on camera.
Indeed, I'm sipping one right now. It's flavored. It's flavored with cum.
Oh my God.
So it's like butter
That's what Celsius tastes like.
Well done. Bullish
Must
or
be
bearish
tasty.
now? I don't know.
Does it taste like Clorox?
It's quite bullish. It's quite
Is it bullish? Okay. Some flavors bullish. Noted.
Good to know. Excellent.
My favorite flavor is Epstein Island.
Wait, this was oh yeah, this is a trading live. I'm sorry. I forget sometimes what we're doing here.
That's actually very bullish for trading.
It is. It's very, like I said, hey, y'all laughed at me when I said it was bullish. Pedophilia was bullish, right? 113. Bam. Back to
Roblox said,
139.
hold my beer. So
Yeah. Pedophilia is bullish. We have to admit it.
Barnes says the Epstein flavor in Celsius goes up 10% right now.
The ghost of Epstein said, "Hold my beer. I'm gonna pump Roblox."
Hold my beer, little girl.
Hold my michelada.
Here, take a sip, little girl, and also hold it.
Hold what?
That's hilarious. That is so
Exactly. Both things. How about that? The beer and my cock. I love Gary. I'm gonna suck your cock. What? Sorry, boys.
Your line was, "I'd like a clock."
No, the line. Well, that's from Team America, and you haven't seen it, right?
I've seen it a long time ago.
Yeah, it's Spotsworth, the guy in charge of basically the intelligence service, and he goes, "Well, Gary, you're gonna have to suck my cock in order for him to help the team." And he goes, "What? I thought you weren't gay." "It's not about being gay, Gary. It's about trust. Can't you see?"
God, I love the alley
and he
scene.
lets him be a part of the mission. He's pretty good.
That movie.
All right,
is
I'll make sure no one's watching. All right, coast is clear. One of the greatest movies of all time. I want to watch it today. Thank you for the reminder. All right.
Fuck yeah.
You should also watch Infierno after that.
Which one?
You should also watch Infierno after that. It's on Netflix.
Nah, that's your fucking movie with Cochi Loco, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That was on yesterday. I was like going on Netflix, saw that, heard that name, and I was like, wait a minute. I've heard this every morning on stream. This is where Farns got it. Yeah.
It's a good ass movie, isn't it?
It's actually pretty good, yeah.
Really?
It's pretty good, yeah.
All right. All right, I'll give it a shot.
It's a Mexican production.
That's the problem with me. I know they have a certain style, and it bores the fuck out of me. There's a lot of air in the dialogue, but we'll see.
I liked it.
We'll see. We'll see. But
it's possible they made it for Gringo eyes.
You liking a lot of things today, Farns. I don't know.
You know all about
it. Wait a minute.
All right. I'll do Rivian now. Quickly. Ok. Rivian bastante bien. Solamente 0.8%, no como Lucid 7% arriba. Qué asco. Para toda la gente que entró en Lucid. Ya ahorita, si ustedes compraron acá en Lucid, deberían estar sentados bonitos. ¿Ok? Y ahora depende si lo van a querer hacer a largo plazo o no, pero ya ahorita tiene una buena ganancia en la bolsa y lo sé porque yo tengo la mía. Así que atentos ahí por si es que estaban buscando un trade rápido. Esta zona debería de ser un poco de resistencia ya. Ok. Podría llegar a los 22. Podría, pero vamos a ver. Vamos a ver Rivian. Rivian está teniendo y está haciendo algo muy divertido. Rivian en este momento, si volteo a ver la tabla, está diciéndole a la gente en corto que se una acá. Y les voy a enseñar lo que hizo. Esto es Rivian en la diaria. Venimos e hicimos este topecillo por acá en los 15.0, los 15.09, 15.05. ¿Ok? Hacemos este máximo y baja. Luego hace este máximo y baja. Y aquí empieza a baitear a toda la gente a que se meta en corto. sobre todo con esta vela súper, súper predatoria, le dice a todo el mundo, vénganse en corto. En putiza tira el precio. Todo el mundo que está en corto dice, a huevo, güey, nos vamos a los $8 y en putiza recupera. Esto fue en un día. Una vela que va de los 14 hasta los 12.50. Es una vela de ¿cuánto por ciento? De 11% solamente en un día. Y esta gatada te la hizo a propósito. ¿Por qué? Porque toda la gente que estaba en corto acá, la trepó acá, básicamente les hizo pensar que iban a ganar. En putiza volvió a subir. Toda la gente en corto tuvo que vender acá, que no le fue tan bien. Y aquí todo el mundo se quedó, güey, esto va a caer. Y subió. Y acá se empezaron a trepar longs y lo sacó. Y acá empezó a subir. Ahora, esta posición donde está ahorita está baiteando a cortos, no a largos, porque no puede pasar de estos máximos. ¿Ok? No puede. Entonces le está diciendo todos corto. Lo que va a hacer es, puede que vengamos al promedio del 9 y dar el reventón a la alza. Es lo que yo veo en mi imaginación. Así que veamos qué es lo que pasa, pero es lo que la tabla me está diciendo que está invitando a la gente a hacer. Y me gusta verlo así. No me gusta ver la tabla por lo que es, me gusta ver qué es lo que la tabla quiere que piense. Porque normalmente eso tiene más sentido que ver la tabla y decir, ah, bueno, pues esto y esto, porque eso es lo que la gente está viendo. Y eso es lo que los hace tomar las decisiones incorrectas, en mi opinión. Voy a empezar en la mensual rápido con Rivian. Potente, han visto, ¿no? De los 180 que llegó, está cotizando en 14.43 en este momento, bien abajo acá. Esta es la mensual. La cosa es, recuperamos el promedio del 9 después de la caída, estamos en el segundo, esto va a cerrar en 13 días y 4 horas, básicamente en 2 semanas. Bueno, sí, en 2 semanas. Y esto tenemos el promedio del 9 justamente en los 15.60, el 21, perdón. Ese debería ser nuestro siguiente objetivo. Ya lo tocamos una vez, por lo que yo esperaría todavía más fuerza. Es justamente esto lo que estoy diciendo. Yo esperaría que esto lo agarremos y podamos subir aún más y hacer pensar a la gente, ya chingamos. Y yo esperaría un rechazo más o menos por acá, exactamente, por ahí de los $20. Con eso dicho, quiero que vean la volatilidad. La volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla y está empezando a comenzar a expandir. Atentos, esto todavía no ocurre y esto va a ocurrir hasta fin de mes. Todavía faltan 13 días y no sé cuántas horas para cerrar, así que esto no va a contar todavía. 2 semanas, 2 semanas tenemos también el periodo de más nula volatilidad en la historia. Por fin la volatilidad está por encima del promedio, pero por 10% no es nada. Y esto también no va a cerrar hasta el viernes. Atentos a esta va a ser la primera que te dé confluencia a esta idea. Semanal es lo mismo, está empezando a subir por encima de la otra y esta va a cerrar esta tabla semanal en 2 días y 4 horas. La de 2 semanas cuando cierra, en 9 días y 4 horas. Esta va a ser la primera que te diga qué pedo una vez que cruce el 15%. Y también viene el punto más bajo en la historia en la tabla, en la semanal. Y en lo que estás viendo eso, puedes ver el promedio del 100 también en los 16 y cacho. No lo venimos a tocar acá. Yo me quedaría con la vista semanal acá. Voy a poner el HPDR ya en la semanal para que vean esto. El 78.6% está aquí arriba. 88.3% lo puede tocar. Tienes expansión de volatilidad del punto más bajo de la tabla, vas a llegar al 97% y eso está por ahí de los 21. A mi gusto, esto va a quedar por este cuadro que les había pintado antes. Entre los 18 y también podría ser lo más alto hasta los 20. Este sería mi rango. Mi segundo rango de take profit acá. Y recuerden, el siguiente mes de Rivian, el siguiente trimestre, debería ser una mierda. Ahora, lo importante y por lo que esta volatilidad podría estar expandiendo a la alza y pongan mucha atención en coches eléctricos es, si en verdad vemos el doblón de los intereses, ¿no? Que bajan los intereses fuerte, esto debería hacer que los coches, tal cual como la empresa esa de Open Door, empiecen a reventar en ventas porque los pagos serían más bajos para todo el mundo. Eso es lo único que me dejaría de, ok, este fue el el tercer cuarto y el próximo cuarto no va a ser el peor de la historia porque está muy barato todo. Estamos muy lejos de ello, pero tienen que tenerlo en mente. Por ahora, estoy esperando esto y no me sorprendería ver un movimiento a los, sean los 13.60 o hasta tal vez los 12.80 antes de dar el putazo a la alza. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí me imagino que hay bastante gente trepada intentando longuear y una buena decepción a los 12.80 haría que todo el mundo se saliera antes del putazo para arriba. Y ahora, si esto simplemente sube, luego llega a este objetivo, y la expansión de volatilidad no es en las tablas grandes, sino que en los más pequeños timeframes, yo diría que esto va a ir para abajo de vuelta. Pero todo esto va a depender exactamente en política monetaria 100%. Ya empezamos a ver los recortes, no tenemos que esperar a ver la Fed, no somos retrasados mentales como en otros canales. Bueno, sí soy, ¿no? Pero no por ese dato. Entonces, ¿qué voy a estar esperando de Rivian? De Rivian, la mejor opción del planeta sería tu primera entrada aquí abajo en los 13.36, en esta zona de los 13.30, 13.36, sería el regalo dorado, es lo que estarías buscando. Y ahí es donde están todos los promedios también, aunque el promedio del 9 abajo en los bajos 14 debería de ser en verdad la oportunidad, y esta si se llega a dar sería la super oportunidad. Ahora, caemos de acá y nos llevamos este mínimo en los 12.60 y de ahí nos llevamos los 11.57. Olviden todo lo que les estoy diciendo, va esto para abajo. Pero, una vez más, esto es lo que yo veo. Esto es lo que yo veo y no lo veo rápido, ¿ok? Así que vamos a estar pendiente de estos movimientos. Una vez más, mi zona de take profit no va a ser el EMA 100 porque ya hicimos un front run. Todo el mundo va a esperar el primer rechazo. Lo más culero que puedo hacer es que lo pase. Todo el mundo crea que ya chingó y les haga esto. Eso sería la jugada de las jugadas en este pedo. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Mr. Farhan en SoFi. No, yeah. Farhan's doing SoFi, right?
Yeah,
That's what's
SoFi.
next.
She's
Let me
popping
see.
up.
I don't think I've done this. Let me find SoFi. Voy a ver rapidísimo Lucid.
I think he's in the bathroom.
Yeah. I'm just going to check out Lucid real quick. Vamos a ver Lucid en lo que regresa Farhan en 2 segundos. Ok, Lucid va a probar retestear la media. La media se encuentra justo en la línea verde. Meme por acá. Estamos en la semanal. Y esa se encuentra en los $22.29. La primera zona de rechazo podría ser el promedio del 9 en los 21.71 y el segundo sería la media. ¿Creo que va a romper la media instantáneamente a la primera? No, yo creo que no. Yo creo que
Sorry,
si
I had
tengo
to pee
una...
really badly.
Yeah, perfect. Just one second. Si tengo una oportunidad de reventar acá y ponte tú, si invertí a corto plazo para Lucid, que hay muchos de ustedes que estoy probablemente pensando que lo hicieron, los $22 sería donde diría, ok, chido, porque ya, como sea, mi promedio ahorita es de 10, es casi 10, es un poco abajo de los 18, voy a ponerlo en 18. 18. Ya estoy acá en un 17% y acá arriba estaría en un 25%. Y eso lo hiciste en nada, cabrón. 1, 2, 3 semanas. Con acciones, sin usar apalancamiento. Qué locura. Qué pendejada. Y ahora, yo esperaría acá, y todavía no puedo soltarlo de más de mi bolsa. Yo voy a meterle abajo de los 18 para seguir promediando aquí abajo, para que lo entiendan. Lo de acá, el rechazo acá, es lo que yo esperaría para hacer eso, hacer un bajo más alto y poder continuar. O tal vez el bajo más bajo, no tengo ni idea. Pero esto también debería ser fiesta como Rivian y todo eso de aquí a fin de mes y podríamos venir a los 22. El mejor escenario serían los 25. ¿Ok? All right, Mr. Cochiloco, we're ready for your bullshit.
Alrighty. Time. How do you say start in Spanish?
Time what? Start?
How do you say start?
Empieza.
Empieza. Time para empieza. So on the monthly, we are getting momentum starting to get very close to getting topped out. It likes to top out somewhere in the high 80s, low 90s. We're approaching 84% right now. Volatility is supporting that move to the upside, with the jewel giving you a fresh buy signal. What we want to see, if you're bullish on this, is get a close over the 78.6%. That's at about $26.47. If you do get a close over there, ideally we'd see the HPDR ranges step up just a little bit, and we'd get a bounce off of that 78.6% and a spring into the 88.3%. Right now, the 88.3 sits at about $32.30. I think we are just around our previous all-time highs right now. What we'd want to see is a monthly close over our previous all-time highs, and see if I can draw these fib targets and what that gives me. Take it from the high to the low. And we'd want to see 3 closes over the 78.6%, which is around $18.84 for a move into, wow, good Lord, that's very high. Around $91 would be the next technical target with 3 closes over the 78.6%. But this is not going to be anywhere near actionable until these HPDR ranges step up. And as of now, this is well beyond our 100% on the HPDR ranges. And this is a monthly chart, so that target is probably years out. So don't come to me in 6 months if we're not at 90 bucks. I mean, forget 6 months. People will probably say it in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's how it works, right? You put money in the stock market, and then 2 weeks later, you're super rich.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
how my buddy did it with GME. In 2 weeks.
The squeeze.
The squeeze has not been squeezed.
Motherfucking squozen.
The real one's coming. The real one, whenever if one Bitcoin can trade at $115,000, why can't one share of GME?
It'll be the squozen one. You know, that instead of the chosen one, the squozen one.
That's pretty good. So on the 2-week, you are now getting bearish divergence forming on momentum. We are making higher highs on price, lower highs on momentum. To confirm that, you will need a close below about $23.70, and that will give you an easy target of this 21 EMA, which is at about $18.44. $18.24. Volatility is contracting while that divergence is appearing, and momentum is starting to flip down, which is some hopium for a higher low. And I mean, a pullback doesn't seem all that crazy after seeing how much of a straight move up, 116% straight up. Not too crazy to see maybe a 10-15% pullback after that. Weekly is now starting to freshly flip back up on momentum, and volatility is now supporting it by going back into an expansion phase. Are we putting any divergences? We are putting in some hidden bullish divergence here by taking out this previous low. This will confirm with any close above about $26.86, and that'll give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around 30 bucks. 5-day. 5-day is trying to flip back up, but unlike the weekly, it was not able to. The weekly is already flipped back up. 5-day does look like more of a pullback posturing. I'd look for some movement to somewhere around the 5 EMA at a minimum, around 26 bucks. But likely you're going to come down to retest somewhere around the 38.2%, which lines up with the 9, and that's at about $24.45. But I do think you will bounce from the zone, and at that point, the HPDR range is going to step up and then test somewhere around 30 bucks. 2 days currently also flipped to the downside with volatility now at extreme lows. The 2-day jewel is still giving you a buy signal. It has a God mode background, but it has not flipped into a neutral just yet. I hate how it keeps doing that. I need a mouse to avoid that, don't I? But I hate using mouses. Right now on the 2-day, you by getting a rejection of this top 38.2%, you would have 61.8% chance of coming back down to test the median. Median lines up nicely with this 9 EMA around that same $26 zone. And as long as you are trading above that median, probabilities are that you're going to come back up to retest this 38.2%. Daily is also starting to flip down and getting a rejection of a 38.2%. Volatility is contracting, which is some hopium, and you would have a similar target of around 26 bucks. 4-hour also losing 38.2%. Momentum is flipping down while volatility is contracting. You would have a target of similar zone of 26 cents. I mean, 26 bucks, not 26 cents. That'd be quite a drop if it went to 26 cents. SI. I do believe that is quite a beautiful United States pattern right there, is it not?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna be quite explosive.
Very explosive, like my visit to the restroom earlier. Very explosive after my coffee. No divergences. Very interesting to see that. Go back to the 3-day. Zoom in a little bit. So there is some possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you did take out all of these previous lows. You will need to get a close over about $26.86 to confirm that, but you're ever so slightly above right now. That'd give you a target of hitting the critical zone, which right now is at about $30.72. Between that and $31. Daily is now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about $26.63, and it'll give you an easy target of the neutral zone, which right now is at about $25. And nothing there. Now we'll go to momentum. Monthly is freshly flipping back up with volatility now expanding, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $17.20, and you're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. Projected on this next open to be in the critical zone. Is present? No. 2-week is also flipped up with volatility currently expanding. Volatility is a little high, and you are getting your double extreme now, and but it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 2681. And you currently do have bearish divergence present, which will confirm with any close below 2681. Lines up with that short-term pullback. Weekly is currently also flipped up and will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 25.85. But you do have volatility expanding while contracting while you're flipped up. Let's zoom in. There's no divergence present between these points, but there is some slight bearish divergence between these points, which will confirm with any close below 25.85. 5-day also flipped up as long as you're closing over 25.88. Very similar pivot to the weekly. 2 days currently flipped up as well with volatility contracting, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 26.38. Daily is currently flipped down with volatility now expanding from 2 periods of 0%, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 26.89. And 4-day is freshly flipped down with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below about 27.51. Right, so the high time frames on SoFi are extremely bullish with a beautiful United States pattern. On the monthly, you can see California right over here. You got Texas right there. You got Florida right there. You got your East Coast right over here with your New York and all of your other states. The only one I can think of right now is New York. And you have volatility now expanding to give you your double extreme with momentum especially flipping back up on the monthly. You have on the 2-week also momentum flipped up, volatility going into a double extreme. But on the opposite hand, you are hitting very extreme areas on your HPDR, and your momentum is very, very topped out. Volatility is at very extreme levels. Very high probability you're going to get a pullback from here, and the low time frames do confirm that with momentum flipping down. It's very likely you're going to get a test somewhere between $24 to $26 from here. And as long as you are closing over $24, you're more likely to see some consolidation in the zone. Actually, as long as you're trading over about $21, you're more likely to see consolidation and grinding out a higher low while the HPDI ranges can step up, and then expect to move into somewhere around $30 to $32. And the invalidation right now is going to be either getting a tick below about $8.60 or weekly close below about $19.82. Either one of those two things, I don't think necessarily is going to go to zero, but likely you're going to test somewhere around this lows here between $6 and like $4. And there's some possibility you can put in ever so slightly higher low there and continue back up. I just would have to reevaluate at that point. But to wrap it up, the short term, I think we get a move to the downside because of how extreme we're getting on the PDR and on momentum and volatility. So taps are around 24 to $26, and as long as we are holding over 21, I do think we will grind a higher low and eventually try for 30.
Thank you so much, senor. We're going to need the assistance of Mr. Garlic Bread.
Oh, beautiful. Garlic bread will make a reappearance alongside his primo Coche Loco.
Damn, those two live in the same apartment building?
Indeed. Garlic bread does the figures out the key price points, and Coche Loco has the cartel buy in those areas.
Very well organized operation, if I may say so myself, sir. Thank you.
Indeed. It's a well-oiled cartel machine.
Fucking incredible.
They use cannabis oil for oiling the gears.
Ooh, how fancy. Hang on. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Ok. Estamos viendo esto. Esto es un patrón de taza y agarradera. Cup and handle, ¿ok? Y estos patrones normalmente lo que son es básicamente, esta es toda la taza, ¿no? Hasta acá arriba. La parte de acá es donde está el café, pon tú. Y la agarradera normalmente es la consolidación de este lado, pero más o menos esta consolidación ocurrió al revés. Este es un patrón al revés de eso. ¿Cómo medimos el objetivo? Vamos a poner la parte más baja de la tabla acá, a donde está la parte alta, que es esta, ¿ok? Ahora, eso nos da un resultado de $43. Ya estamos por ahí. Lo único que vamos a tener que hacer es romper este máximo en los 28.25. Ya estamos por ahí. Esta tabla se va a ir a los 40 y cacho. ¿Y cuánto es eso de dónde está? Un 62%, nada mal. ¿Ok? Vamos a empezar con la mensual para que lo puedan ver mejor. Súper fácil de entender. Aquí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Este gran patrón, esta gran consolidación. Y ahora, nunca habíamos tenido más de 2 cierres en donde estamos acá en la mensual. Habíamos tenido este y lo perdimos en el siguiente. Aquí no pudimos romperlo, lo rompimos y este va a ser el siguiente. En 13 días y 4 horas con poder cerrar por encima de 23.96, que se me hace esencial. Esto podría ser el setup que nos lleve a dar continuación y llegar a esos $43. 2 semanas nos pone, espérenme, no había visto la volatilidad en la mensual. Y además, estás teniendo posible expansión de volatilidad. No, ya la tienes. Tuviste la expansión en este periodo de agosto 25 y ahorita esta es la siguiente. Entonces, en el primer periodo de expansión, puedes ver que vamos para arriba y esto nos puede llevar a extremos tal cual como lo tuvimos acá, aunque esto fue en una bajada. Y eso quiere decir que tiene bastante camino todavía para superar en volatilidad esto. Lo que estaría yo pendiente a ver es si puede superar el 88%, está en 81%. Es lo que yo estaría volteando a ver. 2 semanas, tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este subidongo, pero puedes ver que empieza a darse la vuelta. Ahora, esto no es confirmado hasta que cierre y todavía faltan 2 semanas para el cierre. Bueno, semana y media para el cierre. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo pendiente acá. Aquí ya puedo poner el HPDR porque tiene más datos, pero también eso, básicamente esto me da confluencia a decir que necesitamos consolidar y deberíamos tener un ajuste hasta los 24.64. A mí me gusta la zona del 23 porque esa es la zona donde hubo el breakout. Normalmente cuando tienes una zona de breakout es donde quieres invertir o a tomar el trade fácil, porque si vienes a retestear esto debería de funcionar como un excelente soporte y eso llevarte ya por fin a máximos históricos. Ahora, existe también la posibilidad de que caigas a donde está el promedio del 9, que sería por ahí de los 21.53, y aguantando simplemente el mínimo de los 19.90, debería de seguir catapultándote en la misma dirección. Semanal, ya tienes volatilidad contrayendo después de esta expansión y en esta contracción continúa subiendo. Estamos en 61.8%, la parte baja de la zona azul y el 9 están justamente en mi línea meme en los 24. Una vez más me hace pensar que esos 24 y el 20 sería la mega ganga del siglo, en poder entrar a SoFi. Diaria, Perdón, pinté. Diaria tenemos expansión de volatilidad por 3 sesiones, 1, 2, 3. Y ahora quiero ver algo. Esta expansión de volatilidad simplemente nos está llevando de lado, no es una expansión de volatilidad agresiva y no me sorprendería si se vuelve a dar la vuelta para abajo, pero voy a mantener un ojo acá. La volatilidad apenas está en el 21,43% y creo que va a tomar tantito tiempo en ajustar. Pueden ver acá, la media está justamente en los 26.20, que era una de las zonas que les había comentado donde puede encontrar el precio soporte, o el 61,8% aquí abajo, si es que llegamos a perder la parte baja de la media en los 24.64 o el promedio del 34 en los 24.40. Yo me guiaría en la semanal. La semanal lo tiene más fácil. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente es mucho más fuerte que cualquier otra cosa. Y la semanal me está diciendo que si hay un regreso a la zona de breakout, aquí tengo el promedio del 9 también. Ahí es donde yo esperaría hacer después de este máximo un bajo más alto e ir a buscar un alto más alto. Y eso ya te pone en mira altos históricos, a ese 40 y tantos % que tienes, no, a esos 43.65 dólares. Estaríamos equivocados si te llegas a llevar los 19.84 a la baja. Eso quiere decir que vas a hacer un mínimo más abajo o cierres semanales por debajo de 21.24. Sí, o 20 más bien. Si empieza a cerrar semanalmente por debajo de 20, estamos equivocados y esto va más para abajo y este fue el tope. Y un Wicazo por debajo de esta en los 19.84, eso también te diría que estamos equivocados, pero esto tiene cara que va a consolidar por acá. Esta va a ser la oportunidad de agregar 24 y de ahí irte para arriba antes de emocionarte todo acá, porque simplemente el HPDR nos está enseñando que está cansado y también pues volatilidad nos lo está diciendo al mismo tiempo. Vamos con Alex a ver el Celsius.
Let's take a look at this. Because, this chart's actually not looking that bad, despite the drink being pretty bad. I think the range that we're in is just that.
That's generous. It's only pretty bad.
Yeah, generous, right? I mean, I definitely wouldn't drink it, but especially after the cum flavor and stuff that we just talked about. But
yeah, not the best.
Just be a man. Be a man. Drink some coffee.
When I'm thinking about refreshing drinks, I'm not thinking about cum tasting refreshing drinks, ever.
No, like water people comes to mind when
I don't
There
speak
you go.
from experience, by the way. I don't speak of that flavor from experience.
Say it again.
I don't speak of that from experience.
Oh, I thought you said I speak of that flavor from experience.
No,
I was like,
no.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna let you say it one more time.
I don't.
Can you repeat
I
yourself?
don't speak of that from experience.
Good. Okay.
It's just what I'm told it tastes like. Just what I'm told.
I see. Well, it's good. I'm glad we hashed that out.
Me too.
Here publicly. And so we've seen this before. Get back above this range, specifically really popping us within the range. The range lows for me is $48.30. You pop back, above that, you essentially had a free move up to that $68, $69 region for the culture. So I'm looking for that same scenario. You've had a pretty easy move up, right? You've popped back within this range. You're finding a little bit of resistance at $63. Nothing of concern. This weekly is just looking like it's producing a higher low before that busting move to $69. $69 is big resistance. That's what's going to separate bulls from an all-time high. Get back above $69 on a weekly close. Yeah, it's going to start looking like $94 to $100 is next. But until then, you just want to, respect the trend and understand a higher low easily can be formed here. And if it isn't formed here, you'll know that you're going to get downside action, price action by losing the weekly 9. You'll then easily come back to $48. And then ideally, that'll be your higher low spot. So it's really two zones. The shallow higher low is already in, and you're going to start moving up from $69. Only way to really know this is just keep watching the weekly. In theory, you should start seeing this weekly candle flip green. Or lose the weekly 9 will just give you confluence of a bullish retest. Nothing of concern. As long as you're holding above $48.30 now, this is bullish. And in my opinion, holding above that will equal a major move up to $69 and possibly an all-time high. We have to just relate it back to this price action here. Made your move up, you chopped, even despite an aggressive move down. Once you hit $69, you came down 29%. It's a fat range, but still, you still were able to make a new all-time high from there. From support, you went up, 106%. So a major zone, and ideally, actually, the more you range and chop here, the more data you'll get in this range. Because what you're noticing is, you've only had this instant here, little price action, relative to the whole chart in this region would be really good for bulls to just range here for a bit, solidify that. Let's check the HPDR ranges too. See if anything tells us we're not in the extreme zone. That's a good sign. Could actually give into our idea that, maybe this is going to be a higher low, because actually you're just freshly breaking out. And again, playing into this pullback's not bearish, rather it's actually looking bullish, and you should be looking at this as a throwback. Now that 38.2% at $51.41. So coming in, nicely around that weekly 21. But this tells me that, you're not even in extremes yet. You easily can pop up to like $66 or $69. That's what I'm using, before a deeper pullback. So if you're shorting this now, that's actually a good perspective, really, where it's, I'm unsure if you're actually going to get that $48 move before 69. And even on the 2-week, it's kind of showing that. You've already gotten the bullish retest. So in theory, if the shallow higher lows, that scenario is going to take place, this weekly low should hold. So then bulls will just simply use this as your higher low. To confirm that, you have to break this high. So August 25th high, or specifically $63.50. That's the objective from here. So from that low, bulls need to, from this low, put in an 18% move. Kind of crazy. Why is Celsius so volatile? What the heck? This is like a trader's paradise.
I know. I don't fully understand it. The chart, and also it's very easy to play.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Like this range, like changing money up and down, 40% down, 100% up, pretty insane. But then even here, once you got back above the $63, this told you, you're probably going to start moving up to 69 again, testing this high. Something super easy still would have given you an 8%. Now this overshot that, obviously, and honestly, weekly trend would have told you most likely going to break out from here. Why would you assume that? Well, this was the, in this current range, the all-time high at that point, came down, went to a weekly downtrend. Once you reclaim $63, this was the lower high break, higher low, and then you got your higher high. Should have been the higher low, right? If you go to like a 2-week, should have been the higher low, but it's turned into a massive lower high. That's why price divergence is your friend if you're shorting. People will look at this and be like, this doesn't make any sense, blah, blah. But like, actually, it makes a lot of sense. In the midst of an uptrend, if you're freshly going to go down, you are going to produce a lower high eventually. The idea is just gauging weakness, catching that in the midst of an extremity high, getting a extremely tight RR short. Like, people are always shocked that you can get trades like this, but you can very, very, very easily can get trades like this that just print a disgusting amount with no risk. So that's why we like price divergences, because they really can help navigate risk. So in this scenario here, all eyes on $68. What do we see if we go to a monthly on this chart? Even if we're going to easily move up from here to $69, $68, specifically the range is $67.67 to $68.87. We're just calling it 69 for the culture. But here, you just see you're in the middle of a range. You see the monthly nines moving up to that $48 region. That's bullish. What occurred last time that happened? Major breakout. But also, you had a massive deviation here. Reclaim, massive deviation. So again, just more points on why you need to just be cautious at $69. No real all-time high under it, really. Like, there's no, you can't, when you're approaching, resistance and you're almost there, it's rather like a good time to start thinking about a short scenario to maybe a bullish retest if you're going to be bullish than long. Because here, shorts are really going to be using this opportunity to scale in. Because if we look at this monthly, Let's actually go to the quarterly. Now, this quarterly
Tomorrow.
trend got massively invalidated, right? Higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, boom, breakdown. So in the midst of a monthly bearish retest, you also could be producing a quarterly lower high. And this is just more points on why you need to be really watching 69 very carefully. All while, I mean, I won't call that a head and shoulders. Not really clean. Interesting. See? So like you can get daily triggers and weekly triggers to long, but the monthly says a different story. It just says you're in the middle of a range, finding slight resistance at $63. Move down to 48 should be the spot. You start losing 48 on Celsius, I do think that this is going to aggressively dump down to 36 bucks. And that's just per this bi-monthly setup. But what you can see here, if you hold 48 bucks, which is exactly the spot we would be watching anyways, you can come all the way up to this almost all-time high, $81. And at that point, with what we know about how important 69 is, if you come and hold here, this chart will actually be looking the most bullish it's ever looked above $69. So big spot. I see the potential for bulls, but this is also why you don't want to be front-running ideas. You don't want to be scaling degenerately longing here because it can go either which way still. And even on the daily here, you see you've lost the 9, you've retested the 9, watch the median. Ideally, like the weekly higher low scenario plays in. But then even here, if you reject the 9, reclaim the 34, most likely get a pullback there. And then there you get your bullish price structure before maybe breaking out of here. So that tells you that even on this daily close, unless you get back above the daily EMA 9, you still are gauging a pullback to the EMA 34, which is still a 2.6% move. So, very bullish though. 48 bucks is your line in the sand as a bull. Very easy to understand that. $69 is also the extremity high for bears. Until one of these breaks, you're just within a range. Very easy. And if you do get weekly closes above $69, this will be the start of an all-time high for me. I really will be convinced you're going to make an all-time high. And why would I be convinced of that? Well, monthly's in a breakout. You're above the 9. After a major trend shift, like I showed on the quarterly, what is the only objective from here? Well, to take out the high. Once you're in a massive downtrend that just started, the hopium for bears is, you lower high here, roll over bear market. But you see the quarterly has already reclaimed the 9. It's already a big sign because really, I mean, the entire chart history. All right, let me double check that before I eat my words. The quarterly EMA 9 often produces major rallies once it gets back above and specifically holds. Lots of chop here. Reclaim, held, and then expanded. This is very easy, right? You're losing the monthly 9, reclaimed it, and then this entire move up, the quarterly 9, not monthly 9, quarterly 9, reclaimed it, the entire move up, you just kind of trailed it. We're going up 300%. Why am I even talking about a quarterly 9? Well, bulls did reclaim it. They did expand off of it. So yes, the objective now for bulls is to break this high because then that would ultimately put this back into an uptrend. And then you can the music can start again. This was just, an opportunity, if you will, right? You haven't hit that quarterly EMA 34 in a very long time, years. So it was an extremity. Or this is just going to roll over at 69 bucks. So watch that very carefully. Understand if you're bullish, the only objective is to take out the all-time high. You're going to need to reclaim $69 for that to even be a thought. So watch that zone very carefully. Bears will understand how important 69 bucks is. They'll also be running with this bearish retest scenario. So just be aware of that. quarterly, bi-monthly trends, questionable. But, the weekly and such can start looking good. This can start looking like potentially a higher low brewing. And let's just watch this weekly carefully. I will still say I'd ideally want to start seeing this higher low be put in, and then this weekly expands. We can just start moving up slowly. Boom, green weekly opened, and then we just start going up. That'd be great. So $48 though, $48.30. Lose that, and yeah, I do think you're going to start seeing $40 to possibly $34.
Very clear and very simple. Thank you, senor. Much
No worries.
appreciated.
Yeah, it's a clean chart, actually.
It is fucking crazy what he's doing, but
yeah, you're right though. It's like very volatile and it's very easy.
Yeah, that's what I really like about it. It's very
because this drink is poison, so the cartels are pumping it. Coach Loco told me, or I'm Coach Loco, so I told myself.
I was gonna say, what the fuck is going on? Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo la tabla de Celsius. Celsius empezó y salió a la bolsa. Esto no lo puedo creer. Estoy seguro que eran otro tipo de bebida. En el 2007, o sea, hace 20 años casi. Y ahorita andamos por acá, ¿no? Después del 2020 tuvimos la expansión, como siempre en todo. Llegamos a máximos históricos por acá en los 99.70, haciéndole el bait a todos los que querían salirse en 100, no dejándolos. Y de ahí cayó potentemente hasta los $21. Una caída de casi 80%. Y desde entonces se ha recuperado bastante bien. Pueden ver, puse esta línea meme en este momento para que entiendan lo fuerte que es esta tendencia alcista. Esta fue la última vez que tocó esta línea meme, por supuesto que es donde empieza el canal, en mayo del 2022. Lo venimos a tocar hasta el 2025, 3 años después, y estamos todavía en este 2025 acá, trepando. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que estamos siendo, obviamente, altos más altos en esta tendencia y bajos más altos en toda ella. Y ahora lo que queremos hacer es superar el nivel de los 60, 78 para poder entrar en este rango. En este rango habíamos tenido este cierre primero una vez y luego rechazo, y una vez que lo rompiste llegaste a los 88 y eso te llevó a máximos históricos. Este rango es súper importante para poder aguantar. Tienes todavía 13 días y 4 horas, pero si Celsius se llega a dar la vuelta y empieza a cerrar por encima de 60.87, yo diría que máximos históricos están marcados o muy cerca de esa zona, definitivamente. Por ahora, ¿qué es lo que tenemos en la mensual que nos da indicios de indicaciones de fuerza? Uno, veniste a rebotar un extremo que es el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 no lo habías tocado desde el 2020. Literalmente 5 años después lo veniste a tocar. Eso te da todo este impulso a la alza con muchísima fuerza. La segunda cosa que tienes muchísima fuerza, que te está dando fuerza, es el promedio del 9, que es la línea azul. Está empezando a subir por encima de los promedios más lentos. Y eso es buenísimo y tienes el promedio del 5 acá. Una vez que el 9 esté por arriba de la blanca y el amarillo, que es 34 y 21, esto va a tener demasiada fuerza todavía para continuar empujando. En la mensual, si pongo el HPDR, pueden ver que estamos también en una zona más o menos de extremos, en este 78.6%, por lo que consolidación viene a la orden del día y me encanta que mi línea meme quede ahí con el 61.8% porque es la línea meme del breakout. Y eso quiere decir que un retesteo del breakout está en orden. Además, y atentos, habíamos tenido volatilidad expandiendo y continúa, simplemente no ha cerrado esta vela. Todavía faltan 13 días para que cierre y empieza y continúa expandiendo. Esto quiere decir que esto debería poder darse la vuelta y 104 sería mi siguiente objetivo para máximos históricos en esta vista. Ahorita voy a ver si lo voy a dejar ahí o no. Eso debería de ser mi objetivo. Voy a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo después de este subidongo. Y esta volatilidad contrayendo ya nos hizo venir a tocar la parte alta de la zona azul. Y estamos acá entre el 50% y la parte alta de la zona azul. De caer, podríamos ser aguantados por el promedio del 9 en los 50-50, ¿ok? 50-50 es el promedio 9 EMA ¿En qué? En la de 2 semanas. Eso es importante notarlo. Y la media está en 43. 43.21. Semanal. Vamos a ver en la semanal que tenemos. Tenemos volatilidad contrayendo. Estamos ya rebotando en el promedio del 9. Esto atentos, porque tienes un cruce plateado en la semanal. En la de 2 semanas no. También tienes un cruce plateado en las 2 semanas. Eso quiere decir que el promedio del 9 en los 50-56 tiene una alta probabilidad de ser retesteado. ¿Ok? Y ahora creo que va a caer más hasta esta zona. Podría y sería sucio, pero sería la máxima oportunidad en esos $43 con 21. ¿Ok? Vamos a ver acá cómo se ve eso. 44 es la media. El promedio del 9 está en los 53 y el 21 está en los 48. Eso más o menos coincide con las 2 semanas, el 9 EMA. Diaria tenemos volatilidad expandiendo entre este subidongo y estamos justamente siendo rechazados por ahora por el promedio del 9, estamos por encima de la media y la parte alta de la zona azul. De poder cerrar por encima de $57, deberíamos de ir a los 58 y de ahí a los 62. La oportunidad grande, de acuerdo a las tablas en mayor temporalidad, son los 50 y los $44. Básicamente, esta zona y la zona del 50% al 60%. Esta zona. Voy a quitar el HPDR para ponérselos algo claro y lo vean. En la diaria, y aparte aquí tenemos un gap. Este gap no se cierra si llegamos a esta primera zona, por lo que yo pondría más valor en esta zona que en la de abajo. Y la razón por qué es porque este gap que ven acá va a funcionar como una trampa para que todo el mundo diga, voy a venir a cerrar el gap. Es lo que normalmente haría. Y esto mande al precio de acá para arriba. Y lo que tienes que hacer para romper máximos históricos es, de nuevo, volver a tener cierres grandes. Y estoy hablando de, ¿qué era? La de 2 semanas, ¿no? Sí. La de 2 semanas, por encima de los 60-84. 60-84, aunque la semanal también, honestamente. Si arriba de 60-80 vas para arriba, por aquí abajo tienes esta probabilidad grande entre los 50 y los 52. Esta es una probabilidad más pequeña entre los 48 y los 46, pero eso es lo que debería de aguantar para continuar esta fuerte tendencia alcista de Celsius e irse a buscar el siguiente objetivo en los 83 y de ahí máximo histórico en los $104. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Ahí está Celsius, la bebida de mierda. No. Excelente. Qué buena manera ¿cómo se llama? De representar al mundo de las bebidas. Pero no está, o sea, se ve muy bien, honestamente, este gráfico. Y acá, si fuera a haber un movimiento medido en esta zona, después del breakout, ¿dónde sería? De acá y a dónde me llevaría. A los $100. ¿Me estás chingando? Esto va a máximos históricos, por supuesto. O mínimo esos $100 de vuelta a retestearlo. Mr. Farhano, we're ready for XRPP.
Alrighty. Let me click share. Alright. Let's do monthly. I think we'll start with my next update. Zoom out a little bit. Kind of lagging. Oh shit, it's lagging hard. It's lagging super hard. Let me refresh the screen. Let me close all my tabs, see if that helps. There we go. Now it's going a lot better. Switch this to the monthly. All right. Now in XRP, on the previous monthly close, we did reject the median, and then the median ended up moving down. So instead of giving you a probability of going to the bottom 38.2%, since the median moved down and price opened above it, that would give us a target if we do move to the downside and lose the 5 EMA. That would give us the target of the median. And the median as of this moment sits at about $2.43. But the fact that we're over the 5 it gives us probabilities of going to the top 38.2%. And right now that level sits at about $3.34, just under our current all-time highs. If we zoom out, momentum is freshly flipping back up, getting back over the moving average, whereas volatility is just about to go into an expansion state. It's just at that moving average right now, where the monthly jewel is starting to lose the sell signal and flipping into a neutral signal and maintaining the bullish control zone. If we were to get a close over that 38.2%, that's what will give us one of these moves like we had right here, where we closed over the 38.2%, and it took us up to the 78.6%. We actually tapped the 88.3% after we consolidated a little bit after hitting the 78.6. 78.6% right now, I don't know what the fuck's going on with my screen. It's still lagging again. 78.6% right now sits at about $9.16. But that's not a number that I really care about right now. The number that I care about is at that 61.8%, which is at about $6.65. What the fuck is going on with my screen? I'm not even touching the touchpad right now, and it's moving around.
No way.
It's like somebody's controlling my screen.
Hang on. By the way, if that's happening to you, maybe look into software that someone put in your computer, because that's possible, as you know. Someone installing software in your computer to control your computer.
But nobody's used my computer.
I'm just saying.
It could just be a link.
You could send it in a link and whatnot. Yeah.
Or it's the ghost of crypto past.
I'm not touching it right now. Now I'm touching it again. All right, so on the 2-week, we're getting momentum also flipping back up, getting back into the bullish control zone, whereas volatility is now starting to expand. It is expanding from just under 30%, and the jewel is giving you a buy signal. But on the opposite hand, you do have a pink crossing below the yellow, and it's happening in the bullish control zone. It's getting close to being invalidated, but it hasn't been invalidated just yet. As long as you're holding over that 90 EMA on a closing basis at about $2, and I believe it's $2.80. It's $2.81. That likely will be invalidated as long as you're holding over that zone. Weekly is also now starting to flip back up on our momentum, getting back over the moving average. Weekly is putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low that has been confirmed on the previous weekly close. And as of now, we have opened above the median, and we're basing off of it as of this moment, with medians at $2.89. And as long as we're holding over that, what's likely is that this is going to be a spring into this top 38.2%, which lines up beautifully with my mean line at $3.40. Zoom out a little bit. Like, I'm not even touching the touchpad right now, and you're seeing it move.
There's no water in your touchpad? Spit,
No.
water, something.
Something.
Bias, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, you could be spilling your bias all over your keyboard. That's happened to me.
One time for me.
The Randy Marsh incident?
Exactly.
5 days currently rejecting the median, and momentum is flipped to the downside, with volatility now going into an expansion phase, and 5 days very close to giving you that sell signal on the jewel. 5-day it's currently sitting at the 9 EMA, which is our first level of support. But if we start to lose that 9, likely you're not going to bounce to the 21, which is this 38.2%. You're probably going to make your way down to the 55, which is right now at $2.30. there is a you will likely get a reaction from that 38.2%, but it's probably not going to be the bounce that you're looking for. That bounce likely takes you up towards somewhere around this 9 EMA at $2.99 to $3, but likely fails. 2 days currently still flipped to the upside on momentum, currently rejecting the bullish control zone, but hasn't lost the moving average yet. Whereas volatility is still expanding. Let's zoom in a little bit, and we're holding right at this 38.2%, along with this 9 and 21 DMA. As long as we continue to hold over this 38.2%, what's likely is we're going to get another test of this meme line here at $3.40. Start to lose this $3 38.2%, and that's where you get your dump ski somewhere around $2.50-ish, $2.60 first, and then about $2.30. Daily is currently flipped to the downside on momentum, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is currently contracting, which is syncopium, and you see the jewel giving you your buy signal with the pink above the yellow. You are getting the dark blue sell, but that's not really as important as the pink above the yellow. So what's likely to happen from here is it's going to curve back around, come down to this cross, and then flip into a buy signal from there. And that's going to be the case as long as you're holding over the daily median, which is at $2.96. And right now we have put in somewhat of a bottoming candle on the daily, reclaiming or maintaining the 9 EMA. And that would give you probabilities of going to the top 38.2% if this will allow me to scroll it. I'm not even touching the keypad right now or the touchpad right now, and it's moving. I don't know what's going on with my shit. That would give you probabilities of going to this top 38.2%, which right now is at $3.10. If you on the short-term time frame, on low time frames, which is about the daily, if you were to get a close over this $3.10 area, that's what gives you your move up into about 340. Four hours currently also flipped to the downside, with volatility just about to go into an expansion phase, and the 4-hour jewel is giving you a fresh sell signal. You have opened above the median twice, and as of now, we are getting a little bit of a bounce, which I would expect to take us towards the median at about $3.04. But as long as you are trading below that $3.04 area, what's more likely is that you're going to put in some hidden bearish divergence and come down to that 200 SMA at about $2.95. This is really aggravating right now. Let me refresh this again. All right, now switch into the RSI. Let's check that. Nothing, nothing. Okay, I believe the 5 day is going to have it. Yeah, 5 day currently has confirmed that bullish divergence that we were looking at previously. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over many zeros, 2500. And your next target from there is going to be the critical zone. But unfortunately, there's too many zeros for me to tell you what number that is. I got to send an email to the CEO of TradingView and say they need to have an option to remove the zeros. He'll definitely read it.
Absolutely. Don't ever lose faith.
2 day currently has active hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below many zeros 2745, and your next target is going to be the bearish control zone with volatility sitting at extreme lows, but unfortunately I can't tell you what number that is. If I were to go off of EMA, it's likely somewhere around this 100, around many zeros 24. Daily also has many drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below many zeros 2745. And your next target is going to be the bearish control zone. If I were to give you an EMA target, likely somewhere around this 200, which is, come on, same number, many zeros 24. 4 hour currently does have 3 drives of bullish divergence active. This will be active as long as you're closing over, come on, many zeros 2576, and you do have a silver cross to the downside, so you should be looking at this bullish divergence just to retest the silver cross. So maybe you go a little bit higher to many zeros 2623, but based off the higher time frame bearish divergences, likely is just going to be a bearish retest. Come on, let's go into the dollar. Okay. Come on. Two-week currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over. Come on. This is making it very difficult. About $2.69. And your next target on the divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is sitting at about $3.14. Not very far off from where we are now. Critical zone sits at $6.34, which is a number I'd like a lot. 5-day has that bullish divergence on the dollar pairing as well. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2.69. And your next target is going to be somewhere between the simple moving average and the critical zone, which is a zone between $3.34 and $5. And volatility is now extreme lows on the 5-day with that bullish divergence. 3-day has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, active as long as you're closing over $2.69. Nice number. And your next target is going to be somewhere around the bullish control zone, which sits at about $4. And then the critical zone is at $6.61. Nothing on that. Nothing on that. And nothing on that. Now we're at momentum. Soy muy cochi loco para XRP. All right, volatility on the quarterly is expanding from the lowest level ever on XRP and versus the dollar, whereas momentum is sharply flipped to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone now, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 92 cents. That's a very beautiful quarterly chart. Just bust, some sideways and up, and some more bust. A more beautiful chart than Bitcoin, even if you will. Monthly is currently freshly flipped to the upside, with volatility going into a contraction phase with extreme highs now, and will be flipped up as long as you're holding over $2, closing over $2.34, with rejection of getting out of the bullish control zone. 2-week is also flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $3.09, which we are slightly below right now. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 313. Zoom a little bit. After this, I think I'm going to have to run like a full scan on my computer.
Yep.
5 days currently flipped down as well, with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down below as long as you're closing below 329. 2 days currently flipped up with volatility approaching extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 281, and now you're breaking into the bullish control zone. Daily is currently flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $3.16. So another little more. Move the daily, giving you a fresh silver cross as well. 4 hours going to be freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain down with volatility now at extreme lows, as long as you're closing below about $3.03. Back into daily, all right, and then so the high time frames on XRP are now shifting from the with the monthly back into the bullish control. On the quarterly, it's always remained in bullish control. It's never really flipped down since 2023, with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever. Monthly is now freshly flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone. The volatility is now resetting from extreme highs, getting ready for another one of those busting action moves. The only time frames that are now starting to flip slightly bearish are the low time frames, with momentum starting to flip down. But daily is giving you a slipper cross, Yeah, so from here, I would expect a move to the downside. We test that silver cross somewhere around $2.90. As long as you are closing over that 55 EMA on a daily basis, pressure is still to the upside with some consolidation, and then another attempt at $3.40 based off of those bullish divergences that have been confirmed. If once you start to close it daily below that 55 EMA, let's get numbers. Once you start to close a daily below the 55 EMA, right around that $2.90 zone, then at that point, I'm going to be looking for a test of this 200 at around $2.50. A little bit of a bounce there, and then eventually somewhere around $2.30. And the invalidation for going to new highs, or basically the invalidation for going to new all-time highs on this cycle, is going to be either getting a tick below about $1.62 or a weekly close below about $2.05. Either one of those two things, then I very likely think this thing is going to do what it does in every single cycle, and then retrace the entire pump and go back under $1. But as of now, to wrap it up, the short term, I think we get a little bit of a move down, tap somewhere around $2.90. Do think there's a high probability of a bounce there, and then if we can get that bounce over about, what is this high at about $3.06, let's say 307 to be safe. Get a daily close over 307, then I think we're going to go to new all-time highs. First RSI target is around $4, and then the next level is about $6.30. Kind of looking a little short-term bearish, leading into more long-term bullishness.
Nice. Alex, do you mind if, doing Pepe real quick? So that, yeah, I'm sorry. I fucking skipped it. I didn't even realize.
Nah, this is always a fun one. Let's take a look.
Let's see what Uncle Pepe is doing.
Some Pepe.
Pepe. Pepe. Pepe.
Pepe. All
Pepe
right.
Le Pew.
Let me see. Let's go to Pepe BTC before.
Pepe Le Pews.
Even have that. Let's see. Bitfinex. Yeah, somewhat. We'll chart this quickly because the Bitcoin pairing is going to be important. Pepe is not looking bad. I see why it's requested. It's important to see kind of the level we're at here with Bitcoin, or Pepe versus Bitcoin, I should say. Oh, that should be good for now. So let's go to the weekly. You know, Pepe versus Bitcoin, it's looking hopefully bullish. And I'm saying that based on the weekly 9 reclaim. You're holding above support here. It's important that we're going to keep holding above support. I can't even give you a number. It's 934. That's all I can see. I mean, you guys can just see that right there. It's like E -10. Weird. But the point is, you have an easy gauge on kind of when this can break out. On the weekly, the EMA 34 was holding support, and now you see it holding as resistance. It's going to be very crucial to see a reclaim of that, because now you see the EMA 100 on the weeklies populated, not bullish, and you're even rejecting it. Curious to see if you have a silver cross as well. You do have a silver cross, and so it's giving you just a bias that yes, ideally Pepe holds this reclaim here, but you need to start firstly getting above the EMA 34. Nicely, the EMA 55 is right there, so you'll just know the weekly silver cross that occurred back in March is definitely becoming weaker and maybe even invalidating. And then simply you'll have a breakout target. You'll go all the way up to the zone, specifically May 12th high. You can even just draw another range here. Can, make this red. And now we see, that's a easy 25-30% move from here. But this will at least keep us in check because, you really can't get bullish on an altcoin unless the Bitcoin pairing is. Now let's see really fast, is the monthly 9 holding? No, it's not. And so you're even rejecting it. Again, just a great point on perspective. Because if I would have just jumped into the Tether pairing looks it looks bullish, but this is telling a different story. You even see here, you have a monthly channel forming. And all this is really representing is lower highs and then in the midst of higher lows. It's pretty simple, but this tells me that volatility is contracted. So then if we go now, let's see the 5-day. I wonder if there's a setup. You'll see, yeah, there's a 5-day volatility setup. because that's all that range channels give you. It's just volatility. And actually, this is interesting because you have the lowest volatility read, yeah, in the history of this chart on the 5-day. Last occurrence similar, which was the lowest at that time, was in April. Let's see here what occurred. Oh, wow. Busting action move. 57%. And mind you, this only went to 67 on BBWP. So now, right, this was, I just forgot, I think that was a 60%, no, 79% move, giving you only a 67% on BBWP. Now this is at the lowest. This was even lower than here. Just kind of telling you, yeah, a major move is coming. But on this perspective, it's actually looking bearish. Now, this quickly can start breaking down if support here gets lost. And now we can't use numbers. It's kind of crazy. So rather just use the 5-day EMA 9. The 5-day EMA 9 should be a good gauge. So you reclaimed it. You made a wick high rejection. Finally tested that EMA 100. Didn't fully test it here. This is in a channel. We can draw it a little better on the 5-day. You're now approaching the end of it. October seems like volatility is going to be hot in October for Rivian and at least Pepe. And you even have a 5-day BBWP of about to confirm in the midst of a major red candle. This still, though, doesn't confirm downside. You need now to lose this 5-day 9 closing today and ideally lose the meme line. So big 5-day. I'm curious to see how the HPDR looks, and then we'll go to the tether pairing. Oh, not helpful. Well, let me see. Yeah. It's weird. It's just yellow. Never seen that. Did my things change or my settings changed? I'll deal with that later. Maybe I'm hacked. No, I'm just kidding. Knock on wood. Okay, so really, monthly 9 loss. This is still in the downtrend. You're in a channel. Volatility is primed, so you have to have the bias is going to break down. Weekly 9, yeah, got reclaimed. So we need to see this actually hold the reclaim. 4 days to go. You've already hit support. If you're bidding, this is the spot you need to see hold. And this needs to like slingshot out of here, like what we've seen before. Like it's got to break out. You can't just slowly just, move up or it's going to become bearish as it is. And then the daily, where's the SMA 200? Ooh, not good. So you've just freshly lost the SMA 200, which is lined up with the EMA 100, telling you, yeah, you may bounce at meme line support. All that bounce is going to do is turn into maybe a bearish retest, which honestly, Pepe versus Bitcoin likes to do that a lot. See it here and here. It just likes to retest the SMA 200 before moving down. Even see, this was the last spot you hit before rejecting hard. So keep it easy on yourself. Play what you know. This is the Bitcoin pairing really not looking the best. So I will say it's pretty much at the cliffside edge, all while the macro is just really hanging on to nothing. It's hanging on to nothing because the monthly just rejected the 9. And it's been doing that for really since it lost it in the beginning of this year. So now we'll go to the tether pairing. I think that's important. We'll look. And we'll see on the monthly. Yeah, this is right up against resistance. You are reclaiming potentially the monthly 9 this month, but that's why you just need to see, because the last few months you've been chopping a lot of chop. And this probably, is producing a volatility setup as we saw on the 5-day on here. We'll check that. Yeah, same thing. Lowest read, that's interesting. So what is Pepe just going to be like the easy short? Don't know yet. And that bears are assuming, because, well, this is an altcoin. You have the lowest volatility read. Why would this bust up? Why would it go up to this high? What's the narrative? What's the reason? I don't know. And that's why it, seems to me more likely to break down. So I'd be very cautious of this chart. It's really not looking good. Monthly to me needs to get back above 1088. You can just see that for yourself right here. Or just use March wick high for the monthly. Now we'll go to the weekly. Let's see. Hopium is at this weekly 9 holds. You can see here, it's an altcoin. Doesn't need to just quickly tap and go. This is why I don't like trading these too much. The system doesn't work as good, but it still works. And so similar thing, you're just in a channel, can easily just like draw that. It's really going to be important for bulls to pick up here. Because if the 4-day closes like this, yeah, this is going to be the start of a major breakdown. And I do think that weekly EMA 100 will be next, or a 22% move. So this is the spot. If you're bullish, you need to see this really get back above the EMA 34 in 4 days and then expand up. You need to start seeing that. You don't want this consolidation down. It's going to lead to a breakdown. Just need, okay, it's bought up, you've retested, you're moving out. Just that simple. Similar to here, you got back above the 9, you retested, you broke out, but then this couldn't sustain it. So that's why we're going to watch this deviation. If you move into this resistance, it's not bullish still. You just, caught a nice trade. You're in a range. It's a meme coin. Can have a 23% range. It's really not until you get back above 1349 where then, yeah, this looks like it can easily break out. I can extend this line out, and that'll really open up a massive range for Pepe. Yeah, another 27% move. Until then, though, absolutely no reason to be FOMO buying this. You very easily can just wait 4 days and see what happens. And yeah, because the weekly is telling you, if you've ever in the years of Pepe seen a major move,
oh wow,
down and or up and you've been, oh man, I missed it. This is saying, no, you're good. Like you are in the most prime time to actually trade Pepe right now, up or down. And that's my point. Why would Pepe go up if it's at the lowest volatility rate? It very well could, but with a chart looking like this, it looks terrible. With its Bitcoin pairing looking very weak, with it at the cliffside edge, rejecting the monthly 9, it just looks very concerning. So if you're bullish on this, I'd be concerned. Watch the monthly EMA 21. Technically speaking, below the monthly 9, that is the next target. But also look at the range I have here, and I quickly drew it. Or no, this actually I didn't draw. I've had this on. So I'm going to keep this. And what is this range? Oh, 59%. That could be like a weekly volatility setup firing off to the downside. Can see you haven't hit it. It already proved you its support in April 2024. Mind you, this was the last spot before you made that insane move up. And then, we've kind of been front running it. So if you ended up just like dumping hard from here, still could be worth an idea. Like it's a range. Did Pepe make a new cycle high? They actually came out this cycle. So yeah, never mind. I forget that.
So
yes. It's done. I mean, I think that actually kind of just solidified it. Yeah. Yeah, that's hilarious. So yeah, be very cautious of this. I do not like the way this chart looks. And honestly, really, this could be actually easy money. If we can actually get direction on Bitcoin, figure that out, then we can just use that direction and actually play the higher beta, which is Pepe. Meaning if you're bearish on Bitcoin, you start getting follow through on that, might be worth watching Pepe. And vice versa. If we start breaking out, 2 scenarios, right? People assume Bitcoin's going up, so this will, or it just Bitcoin sucks all the liquidity out with Bitcoin dominance retesting the monthly 9, leading to these altcoins to just dump like Pepe. And that's why like a lot of these coins, if you just base it on Bitcoin's going up, so let me buy it, that is why we specifically look at the Bitcoin pairing. And oh geez, and with a chart like this, good Lord. Trading view is terrible when they do that. With a chart like this, it's not telling you that, well, if Bitcoin goes up, Pepe is going to be bullish. Quite the opposite, actually. Bitcoin going down will just be, this will really be bad for Pepe, right? All coins will go down with a bearish Bitcoin. If your coins pairing versus Bitcoin's strong, then on Bitcoin's pullback, the altcoin won't go down as much. It still will go down though. If your altcoin pairing's weak and Bitcoin rolls over, it's cooked. And if Bitcoin goes up and your altcoin pairing's weak, it still is cooked and it'll go down. Bitcoin sucks the liquidity out. She sucks it dry essentially. So Pepe looks really bad. I'll actually look for a short here into October because, well, if I could potentially catch a 30% move with ease, I'm going to definitely look for that for the boys because, well, we've seen this before. Once it turns bearish, the music stops and it never turns back on. So, like, look at this. It's lose the weekly 9, deviated. Okay, cool. Let's just like open a short here, stop here. A simple like system, like trigger, that's the word I was losing. Trigger would have given you literally a 62% move. Maybe you're conservative in quotation marks and went to just the meme line. 51% on 100x. I mean, that's money. So something to consider here. When I see something like this, you do get easy moves down. Volatility is primed, and I do think that this is going to break down. But remember, there's always an invalidation. Use the weekly EMA 34. You get back above that. I don't think you're just going to deviate it again. I think this one could stick, and we'll know. And then if it does, you'll get a breakout very easy. So no FOMO here. Rather, patience will pay. And right now, statistically, it is way more pointed down for bears. Like, it's in their favor. So be very aware of that.
Very nice, senor. And you boys are motherfucking done. Thank you so much for everything. Anything else you'd like to say before the Fed's new announcement? Boo!
Yeah, we'll just see what we already know, and hope you boys have a great day. I'll see you on the Discord.
Thank you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, and hasta luego from El Coche Loco.
Hasta luego, señor Cochiloco. Hasta luego, señor Alex. Thank you.
Boys,
thank you so much. All right, vamos a hacer este. Voy a empezar con Pepe, que está súper, súper fácil. Yo dibujaría en la de 2 semanas esto. Déjame ver cómo se ve en la semanal. Ah, todavía mejor. Dibujaría en la semanal esta línea así, tal cual, y me quedaría acá. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que tienes en la parte baja? Esto. Tienes este rango pendejo, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿por qué es importante? Porque en la mensual estás jugando con debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del promedio del 9, que es la línea azul, debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del promedio del 9. Y por fin parece que lo está recuperando. Ahora, ¿va a ser recuperado o no? Porque en todas ha dado la finta de que lo va a recuperar y no lo ha recuperado. De rechazarlo, deberías de caer una vez más a esta zona en el punto 0.0000835 y de no aguantar, estás hablando de venir a buscar esta zona de los 0.0000430. ¿Ok? Básicamente una tercera parte abajo. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos que esperar para ver esto subir? Yo me quedaría en la semanal, con la vista en la semanal, no me metería en menores timeframes. Estoy viendo que estoy debajo del promedio del 9, estoy debajo del 21, del 34, estoy apenas aguantando el 5 y el 55 y la línea meme, ¿ok? ¿Qué es lo que yo esperaría? Empezar a ver cierres semanales por arriba del promedio del 9. No he visto uno tuviste todos estos y acá lo perdiste. Uno lo ganaste, lo perdiste, lo perdiste, lo perdiste, lo perdiste. Lo retomaste y lo estás perdiendo. Eso es lo primero. Y de ahí poder romper esta línea meme, más o menos por acá, entre el 12.11 y 11, básicamente 11.98. Y eso me debería llevar acá. Está jugando un juego muy pendejo. Está preparando un setup de volatilidad tremendo Pueden ver que en la semanal está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Y esto te dice que va a venir un movimiento bastante agresivo en Pepe. Pondría una línea meme acá, lisa, no me gustan estas acá. Justamente abajo el 15%, el punto más bajo de la tabla en volatilidad. Voy a checar esto, porque ahora el movimiento para arriba, altos históricos. Movimiento para abajo, bajos históricos. En cualquiera de estos dos, porque te va a dar el movimiento más fuerte de todos, para que lo tengas ahí presente y listo en la mente. ¿Ok? Así que promedio del 9 para ver, llegas a perder el promedio del 100 en la semanal, que básicamente es mi línea meme, y prepárate para ir a visitar esta zona del punto 000421, si no es que más abajo. De poder retomar el promedio del 9 y llevarte este máximo acá en los 12.61, deberías de poder ir a buscar este objetivo en los 17.20. Ahí tienen Pepe y voy rápido con XRP para enseñarles eso y cerrar. Un segundo. Disculpen, tengo que cambiar los estúpidos. Estas madres. Listo. Ok. Vale. XRP es bastante fácil. Estamos retomando el promedio del 9 después de haberlo perdido por acá. De llegar a darse, deberíamos de venir a buscar máximos históricos una vez más. Les voy a poner acá el HPDR para que vean por qué. Estamos rebotando justamente en la media, tal cual como habíamos visto por acá, y ese rebote nos debería llevar a los 3.40. De poder romper los 3.40 a la alza, deberíamos hacer un alto histórico en casi los $4. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral porque hay suficientes datos para ver esto. En la trimestral ya estamos en 61.8% y tenemos este setup de volatilidad que todavía está jugando. Todavía continúa a la alza. Esto viene del punto más bajo de la tabla de XRP en toda la historia. Por ahora, estamos por arriba del 61.8%, que está en los 2.94. De poder aguantar por acá, deberíamos ir a buscar nuestro siguiente objetivo, que queda muy arriba, y ya lo voy a dejar porque nunca, mínimo por ahora, no vas a llegar arriba de los $10 en XRP, sería una mamada. Mensual, tienes volatilidad contrayendo, consolidación, estás justamente en la parte de la media, y ahora, llegar a caer en la tabla mensual, todavía faltan 13 y 17 horas para cerrar, y no poder cerrar por encima de los 3.33, te debería dar el próximo objetivo a aguantar, sería tu promedio el 9 en los 2.52, justamente acá. Si te aguantan los 2.52, es la oportunidad perfecta para irte en long. Si se rompe y vas a la media, en los ¿dónde está la media? 2.25, ahí en 2.25, siempre y cuando no baje un Wicazo de 1.62 y aguante ahí, deberías de estar bien. Si no tienes un cierre semanal debajo de 2.34, deberías de estar bien y esto debería ser la mayor oportunidad, aunque para mí el promedio del 9 debería ser la que deberían de aprovechar. Eso dicho, ya habíamos visto volatilidad contrayendo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, donde volatilidad comienza a contraer. Un saludote, mi Ramón. Y ahora estamos en 61.8%. Aquí nos podría rechazar esto. Venir a la parte baja, el 50% con el promedio del 9 en los 2.76 o a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 2.54. Una vez más, 2.50, 2.50 siguen apareciendo. Semanal, volatilidad contrayendo. Habíamos dicho, porque teníamos esta línea meme, que podríamos venir a ver un retesteo justamente de esta zona en los 2.74, que es lo que parecería si es que llegamos a romper los $3 y los 2.89 a la baja. Si vamos a ver eso, deberíamos de rebotar acá e irnos con muchísima fuerza para arriba. De romper esto y caer a los 2.50 una vez más, ahí sería la última opción para aguantar esto. Si llegas a perder eso y caes de 2.34 en un cierre semanal, olvídalo. 5 días, volatilidad nula, esperando a que el promedio de la volatilidad baje en lo que estamos en el punto más bajo, de los puntos más bajos de la tabla, aunque no es tan sorprendente. Estos son movimientos agresivos. Tenemos la media rechazando y estamos justamente bailando, intentando regresar al promedio del 9, que está en los 3.05. De no poder aguantar los 3.05, deberíamos de venir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.83 y como máximo al 61.8% en los 2.57. Eso seguiría siendo alcista. Eso nos mantendría todavía en postura de que venimos a aprovechar esta oportunidad y de aquí empujar a la alza. Diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo, estás teniendo el rechazo de la zona del 78.6% que se volvió en rechazo del 50%, que se volvió en rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul y continuamos ante ese rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul y ahorita estamos navegando entre el promedio del 9 y el promedio del 5. De perder los 303, vamos a venir a la media que está en los 296 y de perder la media deberíamos venir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 283. 283 también tienes el promedio del 100 y esto también hay confluencia con esto y esta línea, por lo que yo esperaría los 280 más o menos para que fueran la oportunidad ideal para poder entrar en un trade en XRP y además con una invalidación no tan lejana en los 269. Entonces, 280 oportunidad, 290 oportunidad. Abajo, cualquier cierre por debajo de los 234 semanal, a la verga, esto se va al pito, y cualquier cierre por debajo de los 1.62 diarios, no, perdón, de los 205 semanales es la bajada, porque eso pone los pivotes de momentum, nos pone por debajo de ellos y estaríamos viendo objetivos muy a la baja. Y si tienes un velazo diario al 1.62, ahí también diríamos que estamos en lo incorrecto. Pero por ahora lo que XRP tiene cara que está haciendo es esto para irse a buscar otro, tal vez no el máximo histórico, pero otra vez para arriba y vencer definitivamente este. Y lo mismo pasaría acá si caemos hasta esta zona y rebotamos con fuerza. En la diaria lo pueden ver con el EMA 100 y también el promedio del 55, un poco abajo del promedio del 55 es donde lo tienen. Y ahí es donde queda absolutamente todo esto, mis estimados. Ahorita van a tener la Junta de la Reserva Federal, ya lo saben todos, donde pues ya sabemos qué pasó, ya sabemos que nos van ¿cómo se dice? Sabemos que nos van a bajar los intereses simplemente porque ya bajaron los intereses, pero ahora la Reserva Federal tiene que pretender que son ellos los que la bajaron, ¿no? Entonces vamos a ver eso. Y lo importante aquí, una vez más, ¿de qué se trata el juego? De esperar a ver cuál es el movimiento falso que nos dan al principio. ¿Cuál es el sentimiento que le van a dar a todos los tontos que creen? Con todo el respeto del mundo, no debo decirles tontos, pero el animal, el chango Alejandro, no puede dejar de sentirse mejor que todos. Que toda la gente que todavía cree que viendo la Reserva Federal te está dando un edge sobre algo, tenemos que aprovechar la oportunidad de que esa gente no ha aprendido absolutamente nada después de todo este tiempo y esperar a que el movimiento se dé a un lado para el otro y apostar en contra de. Esa es la idea, ese es el plan de juego el día de hoy. Estamos a 50 minutos de la Junta del Fed y me parece que en 20 minutos anuncian la bajada de tipos o la bajada de tipos. Una vez más, interesante tomar en cuenta esto. Los tipos reales, hipotecas ofrecidas al tío Salo, han bajado 0.5 a 0.6%. La Reserva Federal hoy va a bajar 0.25 o 0.50. Si llegan a bajar 0.50, eso quiere decir que hay dos sopas. Uno, nos están ya poniendo en el precio toda la bajada, o dos, cada mes va a ser lo mismo, donde se adelante los bancos pongan el interés real y luego la Reserva Federal venga un mes después a cantar el mismo bajón. Y eso nos diría el próximo mes, si la hipoteca ya bajó otro 0.5, sabremos que la Reserva Federal va a cortar 0.5. Ahora, si llegan a cortar ahorita 0.25, empezaría yo a pensar en la probabilidad de que literalmente los bancos pusieron en precio todas las bajadas del año y eso quiere decir que van a haber dos bajadas de 0.25 y ahí va a quedar. Eso es lo que tenemos que estar pendientes de. Yo les mantengo al tanto de las tasas de interés para que sepan dónde están, las reales, no las de la Reserva Federal, en la hipoteca, les digo, en las hipotecas que estoy viendo y pues cualquier cosa que ando. Yo creo voy a ir a Lucid rápido. Tengo que comprar esa putada. Les mando un abrazo a todos, pórtense muy bien, nos vemos pronto y gracias por todo, gracias por compartir este momento conmigo.